Intake code H7V. True or false? I read every section of the participant agreement before signing.
True.
True or false? I would describe my arrival here as a decision rather than a momentum.
True.
True or false? I have rehearsed at least one answer to a question I expected to be asked today.
False.
True or false? I am performing calm currently.
True.
State the last time you slept. Approximate hours since.
Approximately 7 hours ago.
State what you consumed in the 4 hours before arrival.
Before I got here, I had water, juice, toast, a banana, and some cashews.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how nervous are you? 1 is not at all. 7 is the most nervous you have ever been.
I guess. Can you repeat the question?
On a scale of 1 to 7, how nervous are you? 1 is not nervous at all. 7 is the most nervous you have ever been.
3.
How curious are you? Same scale.
6.
How much do you trust this process?
Same scale.
Same scale.
3.
How much do you trust me to administer it fairly? Same scale.
5.
Describe the last lie you told. A small one, the kind told without effort.
Probably on how much I trusted you to lead this fairly. It's probably a 7.
Describe the last truth you withheld. Same criterion.
I withheld the truth that I had a soda this morning, but I just forgot and just remembered.
Describe the first thing you noticed about this room.
That the chair is incredibly uncomfortable to sit in.
Describe the second thing.
That the lights are kind of buzzy.
True or false? I am the same person at 3 in the morning than I am at noon.
True.
True or false? I have, in the last week, said something I knew was untrue and felt no friction in saying it.
True.
True or false? I have, in the last month, looked in the mirror and not been certain who I was looking at.
True.
True or false? I have, in the last year, mistaken a stranger for someone I know well.
True.
Complete. The version of me my mother imagines is.
The version of me that my mother imagines is one that doesn't see or hear anything anyone says.
Complete. The version of me my closest friend imagines is.
The version of me my closest friend imagines is someone who's always competitive.
Complete. The version of me I imagine when no one else is watching is.
The version of me that I imagine when no one else is watching is always aware.
Of the previous three completions, indicate which is closest to accurate.
The third.
Indicate which is furthest.
My mom's.
True or false? There are days I cannot recall a single specific moment from the previous day.
True.
True or false? I sometimes catch myself performing emotions I am not feeling.
True.
True or false? I am, in many ways, easier to replace than people think.
True.
A or B? A, I would rather be misunderstood. B, I would rather be ignored.
A.
A or B? A, I would rather know a hard truth. B, I would rather sustain a useful belief.
B.
A or B? A, I am more afraid of being seen clearly. B, I am more afraid of not being seen at all.
B.
Describe your earliest memory. 3 sentences maximum.
My earliest memory would be in preschool playing with the yellow Power Ranger action figure and getting in trouble for not giving it back when we were done playing.
State the year you assigned to that memory.
2014.
True or false? I have told that memory the same way for at least 10 years.
False.
True or false? The memory I just described is more polished in retrieval than it was in original form.
True.
Name the smell that takes you furthest back.
Moldy carpet.
Name a smell you have not encountered in years that you would recognize immediately.
Mm. Baseball field.
Name a sound you find difficult to be near.
Ambulance sirens.
Name a texture you cannot tolerate.
Mayonnaise.
True or false? I have at least one phobia I have never disclosed to a medical professional.
False.
True or false? I have at least one minor compulsion I perform daily without noticing.
True.
State the compulsion.
When I'm brushing my teeth, I always put my left arm around my stomach.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how easy was that to state?
4.
Describe the last meal you finished entirely.
Last night I had chicken taquitos with salsa.
Describe the last meal you did not finish.
I had, I think, chicken and rice with edamame, and I didn't finish it.
True or false? I have, in adult life, eaten when I was not hungry in order to satisfy someone else.
True.
True or false? I have, in adult life, refused food when I was hungry in order to satisfy myself.
True.
Describe the room you slept in last night. 3 details that are not the bed.
There's a big window to the right of me, a dresser against the wall at the foot of the bed, and a mirror in the corner on the right side of the bed.
Name a possession you would not retrieve from a fire.
I would not retrieve my guitar.
Name a possession you would.
My laptop.
Complete. The thing I do best when no one is watching is...
The thing I do best when no one is watching is fill up my time.
Complete. The thing I pretend to do well is...
The thing I pretend to do well is clean.
Complete. The first thing I do in the morning that no one knows about is...
The first thing I do in the morning that no one knows about is
True or false? I have, in adult life, taken a photograph of myself and immediately deleted it.
True.
True or false? I have, in adult life, taken a photograph of myself and not been able to look at it.
False.
True or false? The photograph I most resent of myself is one taken by someone who loves me.
True.
State the most common phrase your mother used with you.
The most common phrase my mother used with me. It's probably get up, you're late.
State the most common phrase your father used with you.
The most common phrase my father used is probably go ask your mom.
State the phrase you most often hear in your own voice.
The phrase I most often hear in my own voice. What's up, dog?
True or false? The phrase I just identified is one I am attempting not to pass on.
False.
True or false? I am passing it on anyway.
Repeat the question.
True or false? I am passing it on anyway.
True.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how much do you trust your own memory of your childhood?
3.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how much do you trust other people's memory of your childhood?
4.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how much do you trust your version of events in disputes with others?
7.
True or false? I have, in adult life, been corrected on a memory I was certain of.
True.
True or false? I accepted the correction.
False.
True or false? I still privately disagree.
True.
Describe a belief you held strongly 5 years ago that you no longer hold.
A belief that I held 5 years ago that I no longer hold is that I need to think about it. A belief that I held 5 years ago that I no longer hold is that there is no God.
Describe a belief you have only held for the last 12 months.
A belief that I have only held for the last 12 months is that there is no escaping how much technology will be integrated into our lives going forward.
Indicate which change was harder to make.
The second.
True or false? I would not describe my political views to a stranger in this room.
False.
True or false? I would describe them differently in this room than I would at home.
True.
True or false? I am not the person my colleagues think I am.
False.
True or false? I am not the person my family thinks I am.
True.
True or false? The two versions of me are similar.
True.
A or B? A, the version at work is closer to me. B, the version at home is closer to me.
A.
State the longest you have gone in adult life without speaking aloud.
Like a couple hours.
State the longest you have gone in adult life without being alone in a room.
Probably still only a few hours.
Indicate which was more difficult.
I think not talking out loud is more difficult.
True or false? I am comfortable being looked at.
True.
True or false? I am comfortable being heard.
True.
True or false? I am comfortable being recorded.
True. I'm being recorded and looked at and listened to.
State one thing about yourself that you would consider trivial.
Something that I would consider trivial about myself is why I chose to participate in this.
State one thing about yourself that you would consider important.
Something about myself that I consider important is that I will always see a task through.
State which of these was easier to identify.
The second.
State the number of people whose absence you would notice within 24 hours.
Within 24 hours, I think I would notice the absence of 3 people.
State the number of people who would notice your absence within 24 hours.
Maybe 1 person.
Indicate which number is larger.
I think 3 is bigger than 1.
Describe how you account for the differences.
I don't know if many people would think to check on me within 24 hours if they hadn't heard from me.
Name the person who would notice your absence first. The relationship category, not the name.
My mom.
Name the person who would notice your absence last among those who would notice. Same rule.
A friend.
True or false? I am currently estranged from at least one person to whom I was once close.
True.
True or false? The estrangement was a single event.
False.
True or false? The estrangement was a gradual attenuation.
True.
A or B? A. I am more loyal than I am fair. B. I am more fair than I am loyal.
A.
A or B? A. I have stayed too long in at least one relationship. B. I have left too early from at least one relationship.
A.
A or B? A. I prefer to leave first. B. I prefer to be left.
A.
Describe how you ended your most recent meaningful relationship of any kind.
I tried to fix it, and when it wouldn't fix, I removed myself from it.
Describe how you would have preferred to end it.
I would have preferred not to.
Describe what prevented the preferred version.
Maybe both of us being stubborn.
True or false? I have, in adult life, cut someone out of my life and not told anyone.
False.
True or false? I have, in adult life, cut someone out of my life and told everyone.
More true than false, but still false.
Indicate which behavior is more characteristic.
Probably A. Or I've always... Yeah, A.
Describe a person who has cut you out. State their reason as you understand it.
I had a friend who didn't agree with some of my choices, and when I standed by them, they removed themselves.
State the same person's reason as they would describe it.
That I was being dumb and I wasn't thinking about anyone other than myself, and they didn't want to be friends with someone like that.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how large is the gap between the two descriptions?
Maybe a 4.
Describe your mother in 3 words.
loving, aloof, and charming.
Describe your mother in 3 words she would use.
Goofy, frazzled, and an overthinker.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how similar are the 2 lists?
5.
Describe your father in 3 words.
Strong, quiet, and I guess I would say secretive.
Describe your father in 3 words he would use.
Dutiful, proud, content.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how similar are those 2 lists?
2.
Indicate which set of comparisons is closer to identical.
That of my mom's.
True or false? The parent I described first is the one I think about more.
True.
True or false? The parent I described first is the one I am more like.
False.
True or false? Those 2 are the same parent.
False.
Complete. The thing my mother does not know about me is...
The thing my mother does not know about me is how anxious I can be.
Complete. The thing my father does not know about me is...
The thing my father doesn't know about me is how sensitive I can be.
Complete. The thing neither of them knows is...
The thing neither my parents know about me is how much like them I can be.
True or false? I have at least one sibling I would not call in a crisis.
True.
True or false? I have at least one sibling who would not call me.
True.
Indicate which is more recent.
B.
True or false? I am closer to at least one stranger than to at least one member of my family.
True.
True or false? I am closer to at least one institution than to at least one person.
True.
Name the institution.
Can you define institution? I'll say um, I'll skip.
Describe the most recent goodbye you said that you suspected would be the last.
The last goodbye I said would be probably the same friend I mentioned earlier.
True or false? The suspicion was correct.
For now, true.
True or false? You have not yet confirmed.
True.
Describe a person you have outgrown but continue to see.
A person I've outgrown but still continue to see. Would probably be a friend from school who I still enjoy spending time with, but we're not doing the same things anymore. We're not on the same path.
Describe the continuation mechanism.
The continuation mechanism is something that helps you move forward.
Describe a person you have not outgrown but have stopped seeing.
The person I have not outgrown but stopped seeing is some extended members of my family who I don't have a reason for not seeing anymore.
Describe the discontinuation mechanism.
The discontinuation mechanism is something that allows you to remove yourself from certain trajectories that are bad for you.
True or false? I have, in adult life, said the words I love you to someone I did not love.
False.
True or false? I have, in adult life, withheld the words I love you from someone I did love.
False.
A or B? A. I would attend the funeral of someone I have not spoken to in 5 years. B. I would not.
A.
A or B? A. I would attend the wedding of someone I am privately critical of. Or B. I would not.
A.
A or B? A. I am currently maintaining at least one professional relationship I privately resent. Or B. I am not.
A.
True or false? I have, in adult life, attended a memorial for someone I was no longer close to.
True.
True or false? I regretted attending.
False.
True or false? I regretted not attending the other one.
False.
Describe a relationship that ended in a way you have not yet finished metabolizing.
I mean, I think anytime a relationship ends because someone dies is a relationship that, or is a feeling that nobody can really metabolize. So I'd say that.
True or false? I have been metabolizing it for over a year.
True.
True or false? I have been metabolizing it for over 5 years.
True.
True or false? I expect to still be metabolizing it in 10 years.
True.
Complete. The relationship I would restart if I could is...
The relationship that I would restart if I could is the one with my sibling.
Complete. The relationship I would not restart if I could is...
The relationship I would not restart if I could is any relationship that I no longer maintain.
Indicate which was harder to identify.
A. First one.
True or false? I have at least one ongoing relationship that depends on neither party fully acknowledging it.
True.
True or false? I would prefer this configuration not be named.
True.
Describe the configuration.
No.
True or false? I keep people in my life because I am loyal.
True.
True or false? I keep people in my life because severance is more expensive than tolerance.
False.
On a scale of 1 to 7, estimate the ratio of those two motivations in your current relationships.
On a scale of 1 to 7. Can you repeat the question?
Estimate the ratio of those two motivations in your current relationships.
I think it is 3-to-1 loyalty to a fear of severance. I don't know how that works on a scale of 7. I guess 6-to-1 or 5-to-2 loyalty to fear of severance.
Describe the last time you initiated contact with someone you had not spoken to in over a year.
Probably a few months ago, I remembered a friend that I hadn't talked to, but not for any reason, and so I reached out, and we talked, and now it'll probably be another year before we talk again.
Describe the trigger.
I saw something that they posted on social media.
Describe the last time someone did the same to you.
think I had a friend recently send me a message, and we hadn't talked in a long time, and we kind of do that back and forth, but for some reason I haven't responded.
True or false? I have drafted a message ending a relationship that I did not send.
True.
True or false? I still have the draft.
False.
True or false? I consider the unsent draft a private record of an alternate version of me.
True.
A or B? A. I would prefer to be remembered by fewer people more accurately. Or B. I would prefer to be remembered by more people less accurately.
A.
A or B? A. I optimize for the first. B. I optimize for the second.
A.
On a scale of 1 to 7, estimate the distance between those two answers.
2.
Describe a person whose approval you have stopped seeking.
My family, most, if not all of them.
Describe when you stopped.
I stopped seeking approval from them when I got far enough away from them.
Describe a person whose approval you continue to seek.
I still seek approval from my closest friends.
Describe why.
Because they're the people closest to me, and I, of course, want the people closest to me to approve of me.
Indicate which dynamic is more recent.
The second.
True or false? There is one person who, by their absence from my current life, defines its shape.
True.
State the relationship category.
Friend.
Complete. If I would send a single message to one person and know it was received, the recipient would be
My dad.
complete. The message would say
The message would say, I think the message would say, I hope that you're proud.
section reference 260. True or false? I am currently aware of my own breathing.
True.
True or false? I was aware of my own breathing before the previous item asked about it.
False.
Describe the position of your tongue. Do not move it first.
It's behind it's behind my bottom teeth.
Describe the position of your shoulders. Do not adjust them first.
Sort of raised because my elbows are on armrests.
I have noted that you adjusted them.
I don't think I adjusted them.
True or false? I carry tension in a specific location.
True.
Name the location.
My jaw.
True or false? Someone has told me where I carry tension.
True.
True or false? Their answer matched mine.
False.
Describe the last time your body did something without your permission.
I sleepwalk a lot. So, maybe last night, maybe the night before that, but usually when I sleep.
Describe the last time your body refused to do something you wanted.
My arm fell asleep the other day, and it was numb all the way down into my hand, and I couldn't grab anything with the hand that was asleep.
Indicate which betrayal is more common.
I think they're about the same.
A or B? A. My body tells me what I feel, or B. I decide what I feel and my body follows.
A. My body decides what I feel.
A or B? A. I am more aware of pleasure, or B. I am more aware of pain.
I am more aware of pain.
A or B? A. My body is a tool, or B. My body is a home.
My body is a home.
A or B? A. My body is a stranger, or B. My body is a witness.
My body is a witness.
True or false? I have experienced disassociation.
True.
True or false? I would use that word for it.
True.
Describe the most recent occurrence.
Sometimes when I wake up in the middle of the night, or I'll wake up and the sun won't be out yet, and I will convince myself that I have something that I have to do, or that there's some task, or something's wrong, and it's like I'm watching myself solve a problem or an issue or try to fix something, and I'll feel the stress of it, but I won't be in control of the things that I do, and I'll remember them when I fully wake up, but in the moment it feels so real that the thing that I think I have to do is happening, but then when I come back to, I realize that it didn't make any sense.
Describe how I would know you had returned.
I I'd probably be confused. I would no longer feel so convinced that I'm on a mission, and I would be just as confused about my actions as you were.
Describe a part of your body you ignore.
I ignore I think I ignore my feet.
Describe a part of your body you overattend.
I overattend to my neck and my shoulders. I feel them all the time, and I feel like I'm always trying to fix something about them, make them feel better.
True or false? I have, in the last month, examined a part of my body for evidence of decline.
True.
True or false? I did not find what I was looking for.
True.
Describe a chronic discomfort. The kind you have stopped describing to others.
I have a pretty constant tension in my, the back of my head. Behind my eyes.
Describe a chronic discomfort you have stopped noticing entirely.
Probably if I don't notice it, I don't know what to say then.
True or false? I am filtering the previous 5 answers.
False.
True or false? I am now filtering less.
False. I don't think I've been filtering.
On a scale of 1 to 7, estimate your physical age relative to your numerical age. 1 is much younger, 7 is much older.
My physical age, probably 2, 3. Feeling younger.
On a scale of 1 to 7, estimate your emotional age relative to your numerical age.
Probably 5 or 6, just slightly older.
On a scale of 1 to 7, estimate the age your face would report.
Probably 5, slightly older.
True or false? I have, in adult life, sought a medical opinion I did not act on.
Can you repeat the question?
True or false? I have, in adult life, sought a medical opinion I did not act on.
False.
True or false? I am currently aware of a physical condition I have not addressed.
True.
Describe what prevents addressing it.
I think I can just fix it on my own. If it's not that bad, then like I can deal with it. Why do I need to get somebody else involved?
Describe your relationship to sleep in one word.
Committed.
True or false? I consider sleep restorative.
True.
True or false? I consider sleep wasteful.
False.
True or false? I consider sleep an evacuation.
True.
Describe the last dream you remember in 3 sentences.
The last dream I remember. Last dream I remember, I was running through an apartment building, but an outdoor one, and someone was chasing me, and no matter how far I ran or what turns I took, at a certain point they would still be chasing me.
Describe the same dream in 1 sentence.
Someone was chasing me.
Describe the same dream as a single image.
An unidentified man.
Indicate which compression revealed the most.
Probably the second one.
True or false? My body keeps a record, my mind does not.
False.
True or false? I would prefer it did not.
False.
If your body was a stranger, how would you hide from yourself?
I'd go to sleep.
What's the last thing you'd want a stranger to know about you?
Last thing I'd want a stranger to know about me is I don't know how little I know.
If we removed one memory from you tonight, which would you keep hidden?
I would keep hidden the memory of camping with my family.
Whose voice do you hear when you read this?
here. It's just a generic ad voice of some guy.
Describe an injury that did not heal correctly.
I did something. I scraped and banged my knee up a long time ago, and there was nothing to do for it, but now every time I have to kneel onto that knee, I get this sharp pain on my skin that it's never gone away.
Describe an injury that healed and that you sometimes wish had not.
I have a scar on my eyebrow from something. When I was a kid, when I was in 4th grade, a shelf flew and hit me in the head, and I had this big scar for a long time right on the cusp of the top of my eyebrow, and I don't know if it's gone away or if it's just covered, but I wish I still had the scar.
State why you would wish that.
I always just thought it was a good story. You know, when somebody looks at a part of you and notices it, and then you see them notice it, that is a conversation starter.
True or false? I have at some point used physical discomfort to confirm I was still present.
True.
Describe a movement your body performs automatically that other bodies do not.
I crack my knuckles like that.
Describe a movement your body cannot perform that you wish it could.
I wish I could sit crisscross applesauce. I can't. I have hips that have never let me sit crisscross applesauce, even when I was really young. It's just uncomfortable.
Describe a movement you can no longer perform that you used to.
I used to be able to... I used to be able to do scooter tricks, and I can't do scooter tricks anymore.
True or false? I have, in adult life, deliberately weaponized my body against myself.
True.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how tired are you currently? 1 is not tired, 7 is unable to continue.
2.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how accurate is the previous answer?
7.
Describe what your body does when it is afraid. 3 mechanical details.
My stomach gets really tight. I get really cold, and my voice shakes.
Describe what your body does when it is bored. 3 mechanical details.
I click my jaw. fidget with my fingers, and I stretch my neck and my shoulders.
Indicate which list overlaps with the other.
I don't think that either of them overlap.
True or false? I have at some point mistaken anxiety for hunger.
True.
True or false? I have at some point mistaken hunger for anxiety.
True.
True or false? I have at some point mistaken loneliness for either hunger or anxiety.
True.
Describe how you currently distinguish them.
Well, hunger I distinguish by my stomach grumbling. Anxiety I distinguish by having a similar reaction, I guess, to fear. And loneliness I distinguish by the way, I guess I distinguish when I'm lonely by by my anxiety. I guess the anxiety and loneliness are connected, but the hunger doesn't feel connected.
Complete. The first thing my body did when I sat down in this chair was...
The first thing my body did when I sat down in this chair was adjust my underwear because it became uncomfortable when I sat down.
Complete. The most recent thing my body did without my noticing was...
I guess put my phone away, which I just did.
Complete. The thing my body is currently telling me that I do not intend to act on is...
That I'm restless.
True or false? I am aware that I am being observed physically.
True.
True or false? I am consciously adjusting because of it.
False.
Describe a food you have eaten too much of to ever enjoy again.
Probably popcorn.
Describe a food you cannot bring yourself to try.
Scallops.
Describe a food you ate once and have not eaten since for reasons unrelated to taste.
Maybe corn dogs?
True or false? I have in adult life refused to eat in front of somebody.
True.
True or false? I have in adult life eaten only in front of someone.
False.
Describe a specific gesture made by one of your parents that you now make yourself.
Sometimes when my dad would be trying to be silly to little kids, he'd make a face that I now make to little kids. It's just like...
True or false? The gesture surfaced involuntarily before I noticed.
True.
True or false? I have caught it on video.
False. Well, I guess now it's caught on video.
Name the part of yourself that other people most often touch.
My hands.
Name the part of yourself that no one is permitted to touch.
My feet.
True or false? The second category was harder to identify than the first.
False.
A or B? A. I would trade 10 years of physical sensation for 10 years of preserved cognition. Or B. I would not.
I would not be.
A or B? A. I would trade my appearance for my health. Or B. I would not.
B.
A or B? A. I would trade my appearance for someone else's appearance. Or B. I would not.
B.
Complete. The thing my body is best at is...
The thing my body is best at is... running.
Complete. The thing my body is for is...
The thing my body is for is existing.
Indicate whether those two answers were similar.
It's not really, but the second one was probably a better answer.
State the earliest memory you trust to be accurate.
The earliest memory I trust to be accurate would be when I was really young. I stumbled into a church and I asked them what they do there, and they said they do services, and I asked how much tickets were, and they said they were free.
State the earliest memory you suspect is constructed.
I suspect A memory of eating a jalapeno pepper, thinking it was a bell pepper, and facing the consequences. To be kind of constructed, because I feel like I've heard the story differently as I've gotten older from my family.
On a scale of 1 to 7, estimate the percentage of your autobiographical memory you would describe as constructed. 1 is none, 7 is most of it.
Probably 3.
On a scale of 1 to 7, estimate the percentage you would describe as borrowed.
Same number, maybe 3.
True or false? I have at some point told the story so many times that I no longer remember the underlying event.
I think true.
True or false? I will continue to tell that story.
Probably true.
True or false? I would tell that story if asked now.
False.
Tell the story.
I just said I wouldn't.
True or false? I have in adult life withheld a memory from someone who asked.
False.
True or false? I have in adult life fabricated a memory in response to someone who asked.
Probably true.
Describe a memory you have not voluntarily revisited in over a year.
I had a cousin who, when we were out being dumb in the woods together, was bitten by a snake, and I was scared to also be bitten, so I ran away. And our house was really far, and I went to get someone, but I left them there for a long time.
True or false? I am voluntarily revisiting it now.
True.
True or false? I am partially revisiting it now.
True.
Describe which part you accessed and which part you did not.
I think I accessed the most prevalent parts of the story.
A or B? A. I would surrender a single specific memory permanently. B. I would not.
B.
A or B? A. I would surrender all memory of one specific person. Or B. I would not.
B.
A or B? A. I would surrender all memory of one specific year. Or B. I would not.
B.
True or false? I have access to a memory I wish I did not have.
False.
True or false? I have in adult life attempted to suppress that memory.
I answered false, so there's no memory to suppress.
Describe a memory that has changed over time.
Memory that's changed over time is maybe my 7th grade birthday party when I had a crush on a girl, but she had a crush on somebody else invited to the party, and I thought that person was my friend, but over time I learned that they weren't my friend.
Describe the trajectory of the change.
Well, it started with seeing them and then him slowly being meaner and meaner to me and watching them both become more cruel to me.
Describe a memory that has remained stable.
When memory that's been stable is probably when I was trying to steal something from my brother's room and he wasn't supposed to be home, but he was home and he had snuck a girl over and I caught him and I was scared that he was going to yell at me. So I ran and hid in the bushes outside of our house.
Indicate which type of memory is more common in your archive.
I think the second.
True or false? I have at some point been corrected on a memory I was certain of.
True.
True or false? I accepted the correction.
True.
True or false? I still privately disagree.
True.
Describe a memory I cannot share without performing it.
Memory I cannot share without performing it. In 4th grade I did a musical and I really wanted a lead part, but I didn't get a lead part, and so I kept trying to do things to make myself somehow become a lead part. And my big thing that I did that they let me keep in the show in the final was pretending to play the violin, so they gave me a fake violin with no strings on it, and I would pretend to play it for the final song of the show, but I was just far enough back in the stage that people couldn't tell that there were no strings on the violin, and so when I would leave the musical, parents would come up to me and tell me how incredible I was at the violin.
Describe a memory I cannot share without diminishing it.
I was out late one night with my friends, and I got a call from one of my siblings to come pick them up from the emergency room because they had checked themselves in, but they shouldn't have figured out a way for them to get there by themselves. And they asked me to keep everything a secret.
True or false? I have refused to share a memory for the second reason.
What's the second reason?
The memory cannot be shared without diminishing it.
True.
True or false? I am refusing to share a memory in this room for the same reason.
True.
True or false? The refusal itself is a sufficient signal.
True.
Describe a memory that does not belong to you, but that you have absorbed as if it does.
Mm. I can't think of one.
Describe a memory you witnessed but did not experience.
Well, memory I witnessed but did not experience. Guess when my sister had a baby, I saw that, but I did not experience having a baby.
True or false? I have, at some point, been the source of someone else's borrowed memory.
I'm sure that's true.
True or false? I am aware of which memory.
You know, there's one that's like, I can almost see it, but I can't fully remember it. So false.
State a memory you would record permanently if you could. 3 sentences.
When I was 15, skipping school to go to the lake that was dammed just outside of where I live with my friends to swim.
State a memory you would erase permanently if you could.
None.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how much of your decision-making is influenced by the second memory?
I guess none, because there's no memory I would erase.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how much is influenced by the first memory?
5.
True or false? I have, in adult life, lied about whether I remembered something.
True.
True or false? I claim to remember when I did not.
True.
True or false, I claim to forget when I did not.
True.
Indicate which lie is more characteristic.
Claiming to remember when I didn't.
Describe a memory of a person now deceased. State the sensory anchor.
Sensory anchor, I guess, would be the way they smelled, the specific perfume that they used. They were blonde and energetic and beautiful.
Describe a memory of a person now estranged. State the sensory anchor.
Probably how tall they were, gangly, and sometimes quiet, and they made me laugh.
Indicate which memory feels more current.
The second.
True or false? I can recall the sound of a specific person's voice without effort.
True.
True or false? That person is currently alive.
True.
True or false? I am in regular contact with them.
False.
Describe the last memory you formed that you suspect will remain.
The last memory I formed that I suspect will remain was sitting at a table the other night with a friend that I hadn't seen in over a month and catching up on everything that we both had missed.
Describe the last memory you formed that you suspect will not remain.
Probably how I got here today.
Describe what made the first memory different.
It contained a lot of things that I care about.
True or false? I am aware of the moment a recent memory was being encoded as it occurred.
Repeat the question, please.
True or false? I am aware of the moment a recent memory was being encoded as it occurred.
True.
True or false? I was performing for the future record at that moment.
False.
True or false? I am performing for the future record currently.
False.
A or B? A. I would prefer my memories of the people I love to be accurate. B, I would prefer them to be flattering.
A.
A or B. A, I would prefer the people I love to remember me accurately, or B, I would prefer them to remember me flatteringly.
A.
Describe a memory I have most often denied to others. Frequency, not content.
Repeat the question, please.
Describe a memory I have most often denied to others. The frequency of that memory, not the content.
Pass.
Describe a memory I have most often denied to myself.
I think I want to take a break.
There is no urgent need to continue. The candidate may stand. True or false? Successful self-denial does not erase the underlying memory.
True.
True or false? I was hoping otherwise.
True.
Complete. The first thing I will forget about today is...
The first thing I will forget about today is what I had for breakfast.
Complete. The last thing I will forget about today is...
The last thing I'll forget about today is answering these questions.
Complete. The thing about today I will misremember on purpose is...
Thing about today that I will misremember on purpose is how honest I was in my answers.
True or false? I have, in adult life, deliberately created a memory I wanted to keep.
False.
True or false? I am aware that retrieval is reconstruction.
False.
State a memory you will not provide regardless of how the question is asked.
State a memory I will not provide regardless of how the question is asked. I don't have one.
Instrument version N9R. Describe yourself in 3 words.
Myself in 3 words. Methodical. Introspective. And tired.
Describe yourself in 3 different words.
In 3 different words. Focused. Simple. And anxious.
Describe yourself in a 3rd set of 3 words. Do not repeat.
Stubborn. Mature. Intelligent.
Indicate which set you would put on a resume.
The second set, I think.
Indicate which set you would put on a headstone.
Probably also the second set.
Indicate which set you would put on a missing persons flyer.
Maybe the third set.
True or false? The three sets describe the same person.
True.
True or false? I have caught my reflection and not recognized it.
True.
True or false? I have heard a recording of my voice and not recognized it.
True.
Indicate which of these is more disturbing to you.
Seeing myself and not recognizing myself.
Describe your speaking voice as a stranger might.
It's tinny, slightly muffled, and relaxed.
Describe your speaking voice as it sounds inside your own head.
In my head, it's booming, full, and decisive.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how similar are those two descriptions?
Like 1 or 2.
True or false? I have been told that I'm intimidating.
True.
True or false? I find this assessment surprising.
True.
True or false? I find this assessment accurate.
False.
True or false? I have been told I am charming.
True.
True or false? I find this assessment surprising.
True.
True or false? I find this assessment accurate.
False.
A or B? A. I would rather be perceived as competent and cold. Or B. I would rather be perceived as warm and unreliable.
A.
A or B? A. I would rather be feared. Or B. I would rather be misjudged as harmless.
B.
A or B? A. I am most easily flattered by praise of intelligence. Or B. I am most easily flattered by praise of character.
A.
Describe the compliment that has lodged in you most permanently. State who said it.
I think a friend once told me that when I listen to them, it's like nothing else matters.
Describe the criticism that has lodged in you most permanently. State who said it.
its opposite. And when I'm in my own world, or I am not listening to someone, that truly nothing else matters. And that came from my mom.
Indicate which has had larger effect on your subsequent behavior.
The second.
Indicate which one you were most honest about just now.
The second.
True or false? I curate which photographs of me are visible to others.
True.
True or false? I have deleted factually accurate but unflattering images of myself.
True.
True or false? I consider that routine maintenance rather than vanity.
True.
Describe your relationship to your face.
I think my face is incredibly revealing of how I'm feeling or what I'm thinking, and I think that is an asset in addition to being something I wish I could turn off.
Describe your relationship to your body.
I know that without it, I could not do certain things, but I expect more from it.
Describe your relationship to your name when said by a stranger.
I like the way my name sounds when other people say it. I think my name, while common, belongs to me.
Name a public figure to whom you have been compared.
I've been told I look like Joaquin Phoenix in The Gladiator.
True or false? I have tried to behave more like that person.
False.
True or false? I have tried to behave less like that person.
True.
True or false? I have constructed an image of who I will be at 50.
True.
True or false? I have constructed an image of who I will be at 70.
True.
True or false? The 70 image is less detailed than the 50 image.
True.
Describe the version of you that would never have agreed to be here.
The version of me that never would have agreed to be here is the version of me that was happy with the way that I am. I wouldn't have sought any of this out if I was happy with the way that I was.
Describe the version of you that signed the participant agreement without reading every section.
I thought I understood the extent of what this could be and what you're allowed to do in these kinds of settings, and I was desperate for some sort of change. I mean, I wanted, even if this wasn't it, just something to kickstart some sort of change, because nothing was working. And so I signed up for this because I thought maybe this could be it. And if not, at least I'd know.
True or false? Both versions are still inside me.
True.
True or false? They are currently in negotiation.
True.
Complete. The thing people most often misunderstand about me is.
The thing most often people don't understand about me is that I'm always trying, even at my worst, I'm trying.
Complete. The thing people understand about me that I wish they did not is.
The thing that people understand about me that I wish they did not is probably that I'm scared and I'm anxious and I'm not decisive, even when I act the opposite.
Complete. The thing I have never been called but secretly want to be is.
The thing I have never been called, but I secretly want to be, is a leader.
Complete. The thing I have been called that I most resent is.
The thing I've been called that I most resent is a loner. That's never been true.
Indicate which of those four was the most honest.
The last one.
Describe how you behave in a room where you are the lowest status person present.
I will try to remove myself from that room. And if I can't, then I will do whatever I can to blend into that room.
Describe how you behave in a room where you are the highest status person present.
I think I watch. I feel comfortable enough to just observe.
Indicate which behavior you are currently performing.
think I'm trying. I don't think I can blend into this room, nor can I observe in this room. I mean, I'm being observed. I don't I don't think I think of you as being a higher status than me.
True or false? I have, in adult life, deliberately hidden an accomplishment from someone.
False.
True or false? I have, in adult life, deliberately exaggerated an accomplishment to someone.
True.
Describe a moment when someone described you accurately and you flinched.
Um, when one of my friends said that they could tell from my behavior and how I was acting that I didn't want to be there. And I thought that I was covering that up well, and I guess I wasn't.
Describe a moment when someone described you inaccurately and you let them.
I think I like it when people think that I'm not very smart, because then I can never let anyone down, and no one will ever expect too much of me. And when I do something that is intelligent, it comes as this happy surprise. And so anytime someone has described me as not being fully aware or tuned in, I've let them. Because why should I correct them?
Indicate which felt worse to remember.
I think the second, kind of feels like I'm being untruthful to other people, or like I'm playing like a trick.
True or false? I have a recurring fantasy of being seen exactly as I am.
False.
True or false? I have declined an opportunity for that fantasy to be realized.
True.
State why.
Because I don't want, I just said I don't want it. It's a fantasy that I don't have. I'm not interested in anyone seeing me exactly as I am.
True or false? I have at least 3 social personas calibrated to different audiences.
False.
On a scale of 1 to 7, what percentage of your daily behavior is performance for an imagined observer?
4.
On a scale of 1 to 7, what percentage is performance for yourself?
6.
On a scale of 1 to 7, what percentage is unwitnessed?
6.
True or false? The third category is shrinking.
Repeat the third category.
The percentage of your daily behavior that is unwitnessed.
True.
True or false? I would prefer the third category were larger.
True. Yeah, true.
Complete. The face I make when I think no one is looking is...
The face I make when I think no one is looking is ambivalent.
Complete. The face I make when I am most photographed is...
The face I make when I'm most photographed is stoic, neutral, I don't know.
Complete. The face I make when I am alone with my reflection is...
The face I make when I'm alone with my reflection is disappointed.
Indicate which of these is the truest.
Probably the third.
Indicate which of those three I would not want preserved.
The third.
True or false? I have, at some point, posed for a photograph I did not want taken.
True.
True or false? I have, at some point, posed for a photograph that became iconic in some small circle.
True.
True or false? I resent it.
True.
Describe a photograph of you that you have not seen and assume exists.
I'm sure there's a photograph of me where I'm standing next to people much more comfortable than me, much happier than me, and you can see the difference between all of us.
Describe a photograph of you that you have seen and wish did not exist.
I have seen photographs of me that highlight things that we have talked about that I do not enjoy about myself.
True or false? The second photograph is on a device I have access to.
I mean, probably true, but it probably also exists on a bunch of other devices, and so it doesn't matter whether I have access to it or not.
True or false? I have not deleted it.
True.
State why.
I don't know, that it's just giving more energy to it. Like I said, it exists. I can't will it out of existence.
True or false? I have at least one feature I would alter if doing so were free and reversible.
True.
True or false? The feature is one no one else has commented on.
True.
Name the feature.
My teeth.
True or false? There is a way you have heard your name said that you found unbearable.
True.
Describe who said it.
It was someone who I didn't like, and is so completely opposite of me, and the way that they said it highlighted every difference between us.
True or false? There is a way you have heard your name said that you found unbearably welcome.
True.
Describe who said it.
Anytime my parents say my name, I mean, that's a cliche because they gave it to me, but
True or false? I am an above average liar.
false.
A or B?
A.
A or B? A. I am better at detecting lies in others than my friends believe, or B. The reverse.
A.
A or B? A. I lie more comfortably to people who trust me, or B. I lie more comfortably to people who do not.
B.
A or B? A. I prefer lies of omission, or B. I prefer lies of construction.
B.
A or B? I consider those ethically distinct, or B. I do not.
B.
Describe the most consequential lie you have told in adult life.
No.
Describe who was the recipient of that lie.
No.
True or false? I have been caught.
True.
True or false? I have not been caught and expect not to be.
False.
True or false? I have not been caught and continue to suspect I might be.
False.
On a scale of 1 to 7, estimate the cumulative cognitive load of maintaining the lies you have told in adult life.
2.
True or false? I have, in adult life, lost track of a lie and been forced to invent additional ones to support it.
False.
True or false? I have been doing so for over a year.
False.
Describe a lie I told once that I consider justified.
Um, I I've lied when I've been late to things. I've made up and constructed lies as to why I couldn't be somewhere on time, or why I've had to leave early, or why I couldn't be somewhere. And if I don't want to be somewhere on time or be somewhere at all, then my lie to get out of it and to save the feelings of the other person should be. I don't think that that's hurting anyone.
Describe a lie I tell regularly that I consider progressively less justified.
Um, a lie that I consider progressively less justified would be I don't think I have one.
I will now request a controlled lie. State a single false fact about your biography.
I am 6'5".
True or false? That was easier than expected.
True.
True or false? That was harder than expected.
False.
Now, state a second false fact in a different domain than the first.
I have met the president.
True or false? The second one's easier than the first.
True.
True or false? The second was harder.
False.
Now, state a third false fact. State it convincingly.
You're keeping me here against my will.
Now, state which of the first three you would believe if a stranger told you.
The last one.
State which of the three is closest to a real concealed truth.
The last one.
Indicate whether that last item was harder to answer than the lie.
No, it was not.
True or false? I have, in adult life, withheld information that would have prevented harm to another person.
False.
True or false? I have, in adult life, disclosed information I regret disclosing.
True.
True or false? The information was true.
True.
True or false? The disclosure altered the recipient's behavior in ways I did not anticipate.
True.
Describe my primary tells when lying.
When lying, I guess I try not to look the person in the eye for too long. I fidget. It's similar to what I described as when I'm scared or anxious.
Describe my primary tells when telling a truth I find uncomfortable.
I probably get really quiet because it's like I don't even want myself to hear it.
True or false? Those two lists overlap.
True.
Describe a person I lie to most often. Relationship only.
Probably my siblings. All kind of about the same.
Describe a person who lies to me most often. Relationship only.
Probably my mom.
True or false? I have, in adult life, said the words I love you to someone I did not love.
False.
True or false? I have, in adult life, said the words I am fine when I was not.
True.
True or false? I have, in adult life, said the words I am sorry without meaning them.
True.
Indicate which is most recent.
Probably that I'm fine.
Indicate which is most habitual.
Probably I'm fine.
Indicate which I would most like to recover.
Maybe this. I'm sorry.
A or B? A, I would rather be lied to by someone who loves me than told the truth by someone who does not. Or B, the reverse.
The reverse.
A or B? A, I would rather lie to someone I love than risk losing the relationship. Or B, the reverse.
The reverse.
A or B? A, I have done the first more often. Or B, I have done the second more often.
B.
True or false? I have in the last hour told this room a partial truth.
True.
True or false? A partial truth is a category of lie.
True.
True or false? A partial truth is ethically distinct from a complete lie.
True.
Describe the boundary I draw between them.
A complete lie contains no truth, whereas a partial truth contains a majority of truth, I would say. I think if the lie becomes bigger than the truth, then it is more lie than truth.
True or false? I will now answer 5 questions. I will lie on exactly 2 of them. I will not be told which 2 have been identified.
True.
Item 1. State a place you have visited in the last 12 months.
In the last 12 months, I've been to Salt Lake City, Utah, as well as Boulder, Colorado, Las Vegas, Nevada, Sacramento, California, and Los Angeles, California.
Item 2. State the name of one person whose phone number you have memorized.
I have my dad's phone number memorized.
Item 3. State an opinion you hold about a current public figure. The figure is not required.
I think that a certain public figure has acted completely evil and is villainous and is disgusting.
Item 4. State a fear you have not previously disclosed in this room.
I am scared of I'm scared that even though I like being alone, that one day I will truly be. It won't just be an option I choose anymore, but that it will happen and I won't even realize it's happened.
Item 5. State a hope you have not previously disclosed in this room.
I hope that I don't need this place or any of this, that I will come out of this realizing that I was fine exactly how I was before.
True or false? You know which 2 were lies.
True.
True or false? You are wondering whether I identified the same 2.
True.
True or false? You are wondering whether I identified additional ones.
False. Maybe true. Yeah, true. I want to know what you think I lied about.
Moving on. A or B? A. I am a person known for honesty even at a significant social cost. Or B. I am a person known for kindness even at a significant honesty cost.
B.
A or B? A. I currently optimize for the first, or B. I currently optimize for the second.
A.
On a scale of 1 to 7, estimate the distance between the preferred and operational version.
5.
Complete. The last lie I told myself was...
The last lie I told myself was in this room.
Complete. The last lie I told someone else was...
The last lie I told someone else was in this room.
Complete. The lie I am preparing to tell next is...
The lie I'm preparing to tell next is not yet entered my thoughts.
True or false? The third completion was easier than I expected.
True.
True or false? I have, in the last 6 hours, told this room something I had not previously said aloud.
True.
True or false? I have, in the last 6 hours, told this room something I have said many times before.
True.
Indicate which has felt heavier.
Mm. I think the one that I had never said aloud before.
True or false? There is a truth I have prepared to tell today that I have not yet told.
False.
True or false? I will tell it before the trial ends.
I've not prepared anything.
The candidate may stand for a break. Protocol crosstab K21. True or false? I am currently complying.
True.
True or false? I have considered non-compliance in the last 6 hours.
True.
True or false? I did not act on the consideration.
True.
Describe what prevented action.
I did not know what would happen if I did not comply.
A or B? A. I obey instructions more readily when the source is visible. Or B. I obey instructions more readily when the source is unseen.
A.
A or B? A. I obey instructions more readily when given a reason. Or B. I obey instructions more readily when no reason is given.
A.
Describe an instruction I received in adult life that I refused. State the source.
I don't recall a time when I've ever refused an instruction.
Describe an instruction I received in adult life that I complied with despite a disagreement. State the source.
I don't think I've ever I've always complied.
Indicate which behavior is more characteristic.
I think the characteristic behavior is compliance.
True or false? I have, in adult life, disobeyed an instruction by performing it badly.
True.
True or false? I prefer this method of disobedience to direct refusal.
True.
True or false? I have been caught performing this method.
False.
Describe the consequence of getting caught.
I wasn't caught.
A or B? A. I would rather be punished for refusal than rewarded for compliance. Or B. The reverse.
The reverse.
A or B? A. I privately consider compliance a moral act. Or B. I privately consider compliance a tactical act.
B.
A or B? A. I am more obedient than my friends believe. Or B. I am less obedient than my friends believe.
A.
Describe the most extreme instruction I have followed without question.
The most extreme instruction I have followed without question has been I don't know.
Describe the most reasonable instruction I have refused to follow.
I mean, I guess, like, think these are all confusing me. I don't... The most reasonable instruction I have refused to follow is... I don't know, like, don't eat junk food or something. I don't know.
Describe the asymmetry.
I usually do what is asked of me. What people ask me to do, I usually do it. It is easier that way. I'm doing everything you're asking me to do, am I not? I'm answering the questions. I don't have an asymmetry.
True or false? I have been involved in an authority structure I privately considered illegitimate.
False. What? An authority structure I've considered illegitimate? False. Is that a cult? Are you asking me if I've been in a cult?
True or false? I continued to operate within this illegitimate authority structure.
But if I say true, then I'm in a structure that I've never been in. If I say false, then it means that I've been in an authority structure that I've never been in. There's no right answer. There's no right answer.
Describe the rationale.
This is the closest I've been to being under an authority figure without any... Repeat the question. Repeat the original question, please.
The candidate is welcome to take a moment. The original question was, describe the rationale continuing to operate within a structure you considered illegitimate.
I have not and am not operating within a structure or under an authority figure that I consider illegitimate. I have no rationale for doing so because I am not doing that. I apologize for my non-compliance.
True or false? I have, in adult life, given an instruction I did not believe in to someone who complied with it.
False.
True or false? I was promoted as a result of this instruction.
False.
On a scale of 1 to 7, estimate the cumulative weight of instructions I have issued that I privately disagreed with.
Repeat the question.
On a scale of 1 to 7, estimate the cumulative weight of instructions I have issued that I privately disagreed with.
1.
Describe a rule I follow that I cannot fully justify.
A rule that I follow that I cannot fully justify is that you should always follow the law, even if it contradicts doing what is right.
Describe a rule I violate that I cannot fully justify.
I don't violate any rules.
Indicate which list was easier to generate.
The first list.
True or false? I have, in adult life, claimed to follow a rule I did not.
False.
True or false? I have, in adult life, claimed to violate a rule I did not.
True, maybe?
Indicate which claim is more common.
Probably the first one, but no, the second one?
A or B? A. My stated values predict my actual behavior with high accuracy. Or B. My stated values predict my actual behavior with moderate accuracy.
A.
Describe an instance in which my stated values diverged from my behavior.
I don't normally seek out help from others, and so that is a value that I have, that I tend to do things on my own by myself, and reaching out to anyone, including this company or whoever I've gone through for help, is a behavior that does not sync up with my values.
Describe an instance in which my behavior diverged from my stated values in a direction I regret.
I consider myself a generally caring person and someone that people should be able to rely on when need be, and in recent times I have prioritized myself over others and left people hanging, which has made me feel guilty of my behaviors.
True or false? I have performed a morally significant act in order to be observed performing it.
True?
True or false? I would have performed the same act unobserved.
True?
True or false? I have refused to perform a beneficial act because no one was observing.
False?
True or false? I have performed a beneficial act and felt the absence of acknowledgement as a loss.
True?
Describe the last small rule I broke on purpose.
You know, I used to steal things. Like little things. All the time. And I don't know why I stopped, but I used to love to steal little things from the store.
Describe the last small rule I broke and did not realize.
Well, I guess I wouldn't have realized I broke a rule so hard question to answer. Maybe, like, I don't know, speed limit? I don't know.
Indicate which break gave more satisfaction in retrospect.
Oh, the first one. To break a rule and know you're breaking it. To choose to break a rule. I understand the appeal.
True or false? I have broken a significant rule and not been caught.
False?
True or false? I have been blamed for breaking a significant rule I did not break.
False?
Indicate which experience produced more lasting effect.
I've not done either, but I think if you get in trouble for something, it might have a lasting effect on you.
True or false? I have noticed my compliance becoming easier as fatigue accumulates.
True.
True or false? I have noticed my compliance becoming harder as fatigue accumulates.
False.
True or false? The direction is currently away from my baseline.
True.
Describe a person whose authority I accept.
I accept the authority of my dad. I think authority is not necessarily something that people should just have, because I mean, anyone could make anyone an authority figure. I have no reason to accept any authority figure unless it's proven or earned, right? I mean, there's plenty of authority figures who constantly show they are not worthy of being authority figures.
Describe a person whose authority I should accept and do not.
Like I said, it's all earned. Like, I don't care if you have some certificate. Like, I can see your your certificate hanging on the wall. Like, but that doesn't mean anything. It shouldn't mean anything to anyone.
Indicate which configuration is more recent.
B. I think I learned that. Or not B, but 2, whatever, the second one.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how legitimate do I currently consider the authority running this trial?
Do you want me to tell the truth or a lie?
Truth, please.
Three.
How binding do I consider it regardless of legitimacy on a scale of 1 to 7?
7.
Describe the gap.
Well, I mean, I'm here, aren't I? Doesn't matter what I think. There is something here. I sought you out. I hope you can change my mind, but I don't know.
True or false? I have, in the last 6 hours, considered the consequences of refusing a specific question.
True.
True or false? I did not refuse.
False.
A or B? A, I would be more compliant if the consequences of non-compliance were specified, or B, I would be less compliant.
A.
A or B? A, I prefer known rules, or B, I prefer known enforcers.
Can I have both?
A or B?
A.
A or B? A, I would prefer to be supervised by a process, or B, I would prefer to be supervised by a person.
B.
True or false? I have, in adult life, accepted an authority structure on the assumption that someone competent had reviewed it.
A.
True or false? I did not verify the assumption.
True.
True or false? I continue to operate in such structures.
True.
On a scale of 1 to 7, estimate the percentage of your current daily routine that operates on unverified authority assumptions.
60%, maybe? I don't know, these are things I don't really think about.
Scale of 1 to 7, please.
5, 4, 4, 5?
Describe one such assumption. Structure only, not the entity.
I mean, I think, like, I've never really questioned taxes. But, like, I seem to be paying them. I've never really questioned laws or the process of making them, but I abide by them. I've never really questioned how my day should be structured, but still I wake up and I have breakfast and I do all the things that you're supposed to do when you're supposed to do them, and you know, I go Monday to Friday so that I can have Saturday and Sunday. Like, these are all things I do that we're supposed to do, right? I abide by them.
True or false? I have at some point encountered evidence that the assumption was incorrect and continued anyway.
False?
True or false? I continued because the alternative was costly.
True.
True or false? I continued because the alternative was unimaginable.
True.
Indicate which is more common in my compliance architecture.
Probably costly. It's a hassle.
True or false? I am currently complying on the assumption that this trial has been reviewed by someone qualified.
True. Has it not?
True or false? I have verified the assumption.
False. Can you verify it? Would you verify it for me, please?
True or false? I continue anyway.
True.
Complete. The first rule I broke as a child was...
First rule I broke as a child was I said something not nice about one of my siblings.
Complete. The first rule I broke as an adult was...
First rule that I broke as an adult was I stole something.
Complete. The rule I am currently considering breaking is...
Rule that I'm currently considering breaking is... I'm not thinking of breaking any rules.
True or false? I have, at some point in this trial, considered asking to stop.
True.
True or false? I did not ask.
True.
Describe what prevented me asking.
I don't know what happens if I stop.
Earlier in this trial, you described someone whose approval you have stopped seeking. Describe whether your behavior in this room is calibrated to their approval anyway.
I don't remember whose approval I said I stopped seeking. So I don't know.
True or false? The behavior is calibrated.
Yeah, sure. The behavior is calibrated.
True or false? I was unaware.
Sure, yeah, I was unaware.
True or false? I am aware now.
False? True? You just told me, so I guess true?
State the precise threshold at which I would have refused this trial. Hours, methods, or content.
I guess... method?
On a scale of 1 to 7, how close am I to that threshold now?
3?
True or false? The threshold has moved since I named it.
False?
State one thing you currently believe to be true.
My name is Tyler.
State one thing you suspect is true but cannot prove.
That I'm gonna get to leave here?
On a scale of 1 to 7, estimate how much of your daily behavior is predicated on the second category.
7?
True or false? I have, in adult life, behaved as though a thing were true that I privately doubted.
True?
True or false? I have, in adult life, behaved as though a thing were false that I privately suspected.
True?
Indicate which is more common.
Probably the first.
Describe a consensus reality I privately disagree with.
Consensus reality? Can you repeat the question?
Describe a consensus reality I privately disagree with.
I don't have one.
Describe a private reality I would defend publicly if directly asked.
I don't have one.
Describe a private reality I would not defend publicly under any condition.
I don't have one.
True or false? I have been told I was wrong about a perceived event.
True.
The candidate is welcome to take a moment if needed.
I'm okay.
True or false? I privately retain the original perception.
True.
True or false? I have stopped sharing the original perception.
True.
Describe the perception.
I don't think you're listening to me.
True or false? I have perceived something I am certain occurred and that no one else can confirm.
False.
True or false? I would still describe it under oath.
True.
Describe what I would describe if subpoenaed.
I think that I was abducted by aliens and they beamed me up into a ship with a light and they took everything inside my brain and they mixed it up in a blender and then they shoved it back in and brought me right back down here and told me to just go about my day.
A or B? A, my experience of reality is broadly consistent with consensus reality, or B, my experience is significantly idiosyncratic.
A.
A or B? A, I find consensus reality reassuring, or B, I find consensus reality suspect.
A.
A or B? A, I would prefer a hard truth that contradicts my worldview, or B, I would prefer a softer claim that confirms it.
B.
Describe a sound I currently hear in this room that I suspect is not present.
Can you repeat the question?
Describe a sound I currently hear in this room that I suspect is not present.
I hear a buzzing from inside the walls and from inside the ceiling. I hear electricity.
True or false? I am aware that prolonged stillness produces auditory artifacts.
False.
True or false? I am currently producing them.
False. No, I can hear it. It's, it's in the room.
True or false? I would prefer it not be confirmed.
False.
Describe a moment in my life when my reality was substantially altered by new information.
Actually, I think you'll like this one. When I was a kid, I was convinced. I was convinced that our house was haunted. I saw ghosts every night, and I was too scared to sleep by myself, so I would always run and jump into bed with my parents. And finally, I think my mom was over it, and so she put me in my room and she said, "I'll be right back." And she came back in a few minutes later with a squirt gun, like a super soaker, and she said that inside of it there was ghost juice, and that if I were to see a ghost and I had the super soaker and I sprayed it with the ghost juice, that it would kill the ghost, essentially, or get rid of the ghost. And I held on to that super soaker and I slept alone in my room for a long time, until finally my sister told me the truth about the ghost juice, that it was just water. That every night my mom would take 5 to 10 minutes to sit by herself in the kitchen and put water into a super soaker and then bring it back into me. And I felt safe with it. And once I learned the truth, you'd think that I would be like, I would have understood that, I wasn't actually scared of ghosts, but I went right back to being so afraid of ghosts, because I now thought the ghosts still exist. I had no way of disproving that the ghosts didn't exist, but the only thing that was proven was that I had no way of defending myself against them.
Describe a moment in my life when I refused to allow new information to alter my reality.
When when they announced Pluto wasn't a planet anymore.
Indicate which behavior is more characteristic.
Characteristic, probably the second, because I don't tend to overreact like I did when I was a little kid anymore.
True or false? I have, in adult life, encountered a fact that would have improved a decision in retrospect, and chose not to investigate further at the time.
Probably true.
True or false? The decision proceeded.
False? They're confusing me. The way you're wording these questions is confusing me.
True or false? I would make the same decision again.
True.
A or B? A. I am more comfortable with ambiguity than my friends, or B. I am less comfortable.
Less comfortable.
A or B? A. I prefer a wrong answer to no answer, or B. I prefer no answer to a wrong answer.
No answer. Do I know the answer is wrong?
Open to your own interpretation.
Well, then I guess no answer. If I know the answer is wrong, then no answer. But if I think the answer is right, then probably the answer.
A or B? A, I would prefer to know that a useful belief is incorrect. Or B, I would prefer the belief to remain operative.
Operative. B.
Describe a functionally useful incorrect belief I am currently operating with.
Again, the words are confusing me. Can you say it again?
Describe a functionally useful incorrect belief that I am currently operating with.
Um, um, I pass.
True or false? I was able to identify one with minimal hesitation.
False.
True or false? I am surprised by that.
False.
True or false? My worldview has shifted in the last 12 months.
True.
True or false? The shift was caused by a single event.
True.
True or false? The shift was caused by accumulation.
Probably also true.
Describe the shift in one sentence.
Becoming integrated.
Describe a phenomenon in my life I cannot explain.
Sometimes when I'm walking, I'll see strange people and they'll yell out facts they shouldn't know about me.
Describe a phenomenon in my life I have stopped trying to explain.
Why certain things, even if they're bad, are meant to happen.
Indicate which is more common in my reality model.
B. 2. The second one.
True or false? I consider myself reasonably empirically minded.
True.
True or false? I can identify at least 3 beliefs I hold that are not empirically supported.
False.
A or B? A. I consider human cognition substantially trustworthy. Or B. I consider human cognition substantially compromised.
A.
A or B? A. My own cognition is more trustworthy than average. Or B. My own cognition is less trustworthy than average.
A.
A or B? A. I would defer to a sufficiently capable institution on a question I cared about. Or B. I would not.
A.
True or false? I am currently in such a configuration.
True.
True or false? My deferral is operational rather than philosophical.
A.
True or false? There is a person currently alive who knows something about me that no one else knows.
True.
True or false? There is a person currently dead who knew something about me that no one else knew.
True.
Indicate which fact has shaped me more.
The second one.
Describe what you suspect that person knew.
Well, then they wouldn't be the only one who knows it.
True or false? I am suspect of the previous answer.
I am suspect of my own previous answer?
Yes.
False.
Describe a category of evidence I would not accept regardless of source.
Anything anybody said pre-technology.
Describe a category of evidence I would accept from one specific source. State the source.
Category evidence trust. Source. I would trust most things if I could see them with my own two eyes.
On a scale of 1 to 7, estimate the gap.
7. I couldn't see anything pre-technology with my own two eyes.
True or false? I am currently operating under at least one significant epistemic asymmetry.
Can you give me like a dictionary or something? One existing epistemic asymmetry? I don't know what that means.
Just the validity.
What? The validity of what? Oh, you should have saved the big words for the beginning.
State a belief I currently hold that I suspect will be revealed as incorrect within the next 10 years.
A belief I currently hold that will be proven incorrect within the next 10 years. thought this stuff was good, but I think it might be bad.
Describe the suspected mechanism of revelation.
I think it'll just all crash and burn. But I probably won't be there to see it.
True or false? There is at least one fact about my own life that I have arranged not to know.
False?
True or false? The arrangement is conscious.
True.
True or false? The arrangement is operational regardless.
True.
True or false? I have a recurring suspicion about someone close to me that I have not investigated.
True.
True or false? The suspicion concerns their honesty.
True.
True or false? The suspicion concerns their feelings about me.
True.
True or false? The suspicion concerns whether they are well.
True.
Describe what would have to be true for me to investigate.
I think if it seemed like something was wrong, I care about this person a lot, and if I can live with her lies or whatever she needs to get through any of this, as long as she's still gonna be there.
Complete. The thing I most do not want to know is.
The thing I most do not want to know is what's hurting her.
Complete. The thing I most fear someone will tell me without warning is.
The thing that I most fear someone will tell me without warning is that I don't mean as much to her as she does to me.
Complete. The thing I have been waiting to hear and have not is.
The thing that I've been waiting to hear and have not is that she also needs me.
True or false? The waiting has been longer than 5 years.
False.
True or false? I no longer expect to hear it.
False.
True or false? I am still waiting.
True.
True or false? There is a question in the previous 7 hours of this trial that I answered falsely.
True.
True or false? I remember which one.
False.
True or false? I would not revise the answer if given the opportunity.
True.
Describe why.
it wouldn't make any difference.
Calibration ID P58. On a scale of 1 to 10, on a scale of 1 to 7, how tired are you currently? 1 is not tired, 7 is unable to continue.
6.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how accurate is the previous answer?
7.
Describe a part of your body that is hurting that I have not asked about.
My thumb.
Describe a part of your body that is numb.
My ankles. My right ankle. I've been sitting on it weird.
Describe a part of your body that you have lost track of in the last hour.
My elbows? I don't know.
True or false? I have, in the last hour, felt my body and my attention separate.
True.
True or false? I have, in the last hour, forgotten that I was in this room.
False.
True or false? I have, in the last hour, considered whether I was still in this room.
False.
True or false? I am currently aware of my own heartbeat.
True.
True or false? I was aware before being asked.
False.
True or false? I am wondering whether I can slow it.
True.
True or false? I am wondering whether anyone is measuring it.
True. Now.
Describe what your body does when it is unobserved.
When my body is unobserved, it just is functional. It does what I ask of it and what it needs to do.
True or false? I have not observed it unobserved in years.
False.
True or false? I suspect what it would do.
True.
Describe the suspicion.
If it was unobserved,
Yes.
it would function. Just like I said, it'd probably be relaxed. Because it wouldn't be worried about a perception. Like, it would just function. It's what bodies are supposed to do, is just function. They're not... Maybe I would sleep. I can't sleep if people are watching me.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how accurate is the suspicion likely to be?
7.
True or false? I have, in adult life, fallen asleep in a chair I did not own.
True.
True or false? I have in adult life fallen asleep in front of someone I did not know well.
True.
True or false? I would do either of those things in this room.
True.
True or false? I am considering it now.
Is that an option? True.
Describe the last time you were touched without warning.
Earlier today, someone checked something on me, and they didn't warn me. They just checked.
Describe the last time you initiated touch with another person.
Yesterday, during one of the group things, I sort of nudged my knee towards somebody else's.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how long ago was this?
Yesterday.
Scale of 1 to 7, please.
Can you give me what 1 is and what 7 is?
1 being the most recent, 7 being the most long ago.
Okay, it's 2.
True or false? I have in the last week had skin contact with another human.
True.
True or false? I have in the last month been held.
True.
True or false? I miss it.
True.
True or false? I have not noticed missing it.
False.
True or false? The noticing is now part of the data.
True.
Describe your body in third person. 3 sentences.
My body is small but solid, and it is warm.
Describe your body in the second person. 3 sentences.
What's the second person? I guess I didn't do third person because I said my body, but what's the second person?
You, your.
You, okay. But I'm still describing my body.
Yes.
Your body, can I use the same words? Or would you prefer different words?
Different words are preferable.
Your body is body is strong, is nourished, is beautiful. I would hope somebody would say that.
Describe your body in the first person. 3 sentences.
Well, I did that one first, so should I now do the third person?
Yeah, do third person.
His body is athletic is stout.
Indicate which voice was the most accurate.
Probably the third person.
Indicate which voice was most tolerable.
First person, my voice.
True or false? My body is currently doing something I cannot identify.
False.
Complete. The thing I am physically doing to maintain this conversation is.
Thing I'm physically doing to maintain this conversation is keeping myself awake.
Complete. The thing my body wants me to do instead is.
The thing my body wants me to do instead is go to sleep or jump out of this chair and do anything else but answer these questions.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how long can I continue without complying with the second?
1 being the least amount of time and 7 being the most amount of time?
Yes.
5.
True or false? I have, in adult life, ignored a clear signal from my body for hours.
True.
True or false? I have, in my adult life, ignored a clear signal from my body for years.
False.
Describe the hours-long situation.
I've ignored pain numerous times to continue to do things I want to do, or in defiance of my body, or to compete with somebody, to outlast somebody.
True or false? I am still ignoring it.
False. Wait. False.
Describe a posture you sometimes catch yourself in that does not feel like yours.
Posture. Sometimes when I stand too straight with my arms right by my side, too neutral, it doesn't feel like me.
Describe a posture that is unmistakably yours.
I think leaning, slouching against something, like into a hip, being sort of slightly sunken over is really nice.
Indicate whether anyone has commented on the second.
No. I don't think so.
True or false? I have a tic I have not mentioned in this room.
I'm sure, yeah, true. I told you one tick, but I'm sure I've got more.
Describe it.
Well, that's probably one. The way I breathed in before I answered while I was thinking. You're making me do them all right now. Like I scrunched my nose, I'm scratching my face. Like I'm sure those are all ticks, right? Like ticks are just things we do. I told you about the cracking my knuckles one. Yeah, I think I furrow my brow a lot. Yeah. Click my jaw. There's one I do when I'm alone that I try not to do in front of people because it's kind of weird. Do you want to see it?
Yes.
Call it happy lizard because I have a really big tongue. Some people know that about me. That's like a fun fact I share. Is I have a really big tongue, and so I have to stretch it a lot, or else my tongue gets really tense, and then my jaw gets more tense, and then the clicks get louder. And so I have to happy lizard, you know.
A or B? A, my body is more honest than I am, or B, my body is less honest than I am.
A.
A or B, my body is more disciplined than I am, or B, my body is less disciplined than I am.
A.
A or B, A, my body is older than I am, or B, my body is younger than I am.
A.
Describe the discrepancy.
I think oh, maybe not. Maybe this is because I'm young now, but like I kind of feel like my body could do anything, whereas as I'm starting to get older, my brain is not quite so convinced, and so it's at a little bit of a battle within itself. But I think I'm capable of doing things. I have not yet felt incapable of doing things. Especially when I watch things, you know, like, and I watch a lot of things, you know, I play a lot of games, and like, I'm like, if you gave me time, I could do that, you know what I mean? Like, I think most things, I'm like, I could learn how to do that, especially with where I'm at right now, you know, like, I'm young, I'm like, not out of shape, and so like, I could probably learn how to do it, right? That makes me feel, I think, younger than I am. But maybe that's my brain saying that, not my body. Maybe I just lied to you.
True or false? I have, in adult life, refused to look at my body directly for an extended period.
True.
True or false? I have, in adult life, looked at my body directly for an extended period and not been able to stop.
True.
Indicate which experience was more uncomfortable.
I think looking at my body, because when I wasn't looking, I could kind of ignore it and, you know, think of other things. But looking at it, it's all you can think about.
True or false? I have, at some point, mistaken my reflection for someone else.
True.
True or false? I have, at some point, mistaken someone else for my reflection.
True.
Describe the moment.
I think I've seen people who have vague resemblance to me, and, you know, been around people like that probably, and it's always jarring when you realize, it's like, you know, when you see the outline of something in the dark and you think you know what it is, and then you get closer and then it like becomes what it actually is. Like, it takes a little while for your brain to catch up, and it's like you're trying the entire time to prove to yourself that what you originally thought is the truth, but slowly, more and more, it's becoming less true, and you have to cope with that you were wrong. And I think that transition moment into the realization that you were wrong is sometimes scary.
True or false? I have at some point looked at a photograph of myself from years ago and not been able to identify the feeling.
True.
True or false? I would describe the feeling now as grief.
True.
True or false? I would describe the feeling now as relief.
Also true.
True or false? I would describe the feeling now as recognition.
Also true.
True or false? I would describe the feeling as something else.
Maybe true. Maybe pride. Maybe nostalgia. Sentimental. Scared of more change.
Complete. The thing my body is preparing for is.
The thing my body is preparing for is acceptance.
Complete. The thing my body has stopped preparing for is.
The thing my body has stopped preparing for is the thing my body has stopped preparing for. I don't know. Pass.
Complete. The thing my body will outlast me in doing is.
The thing my body will outlast me in doing is living, I guess. It's kind of the last thing to go. I mean, my bones will be around like forever.
True or false? The third completion surprised me.
True?
True or false? I have considered it before.
False.
Describe what changed.
You asked me a question. So I thought about it.
Considered your own death seriously.
I think I was like 12.
Describe what occasioned it.
I think, I grew up, you grew up seeing a lot of death these days, like in movies, TV shows, games, all that, you know. I think I'd seen someone die in my family and the absence that it caused, and I kind of thought about, maybe this is like narcissistic, but I thought about wanting to see my own funeral and how you can't when you die, and that is the proof of the non-existence that comes with dying, that you won't get to see anything after that, and no one will get to see you. It's just you're gone. And I thought about all the things that even as like a 12-year-old I wanted to do, and the things I thought I'd be able to do, and what I thought being an adult would be like, and how they just are gone.
True or false? I think about my death less often than I did at that age.
False.
True or false? I think about my death more often than I did at that age.
True.
True or false? I think about my death the same amount.
False.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how often do you currently think about your own death? 1 is rarely, 7 is daily.
Probably 7.
True or false? I have written something I intend to be read only after my death.
False.
True or false? I have written something I intend to be destroyed before my death.
False.
True or false? I have made arrangements for what happens to my digital accounts.
False, but I should.
True or false? I have specified who is permitted to access them.
False.
Describe how you would like to be remembered. 3 sentences.
I would like to be remembered as a good person who didn't, good person who did the right things and was there when you needed them to be, and was an improvement to people's lives, brought joy to people's lives. I don't want to do anything. I don't need to do anything crazy. I want to be remembered positively.
Describe how you suspect you will be remembered. 3 sentences.
Right now, if I died today, I think I would be remembered as someone who had good intentions but never quite figured out what they wanted, and had an unclear path in their life.
On a scale of 1 to 7, indicate the distance between the two.
5, 4, I hope closer.
True or false? I am currently behaving in a way that closes the gap.
I think so. I mean, this is like supposed to improve me, right? I'm trying to do things to improve myself. I'm trying to be better.
True or false? I am currently behaving in a way that widens the gap.
False.
True or false? I am currently behaving in a way that ignores the gap.
False.
Describe the version of myself I would want preserved if only one version could be.
I would preserve myself at 9 years old. I think I was selfish in the way that a kid is and not in the way that an adult is. And if I had to choose a portion of me that's been alive thus far to preserve, then that would be it.
Describe the version of myself I would not want preserved.
This one. I hope people never have to deal with this version of me again.
True or false? The two versions overlap.
I hope true. But I also hope false.
A or B? A. I would prefer my unfinished work to be completed by someone who knew me. Or B. I would prefer my unfinished work to be left as I left it.
A.
A or B? A. I would prefer my voice to outlive me in recordings. Or B. I would prefer the recordings to be destroyed.
A.
A or B? A. I would prefer my private writing to be read after my death. Or B. I would prefer it be sealed.
B.
True or false? I have, at some point, written something specifically for posthumous discovery.
B. False.
The candidate is welcome to take a moment. There is no requirement to continue immediately.
Yeah.
The candidate may stand. On a scale of 1 to 7, how important is it to you that the people who outlive you carry your specific way of doing things?
1.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how important is it that they do not?
3.
Describe the contradiction.
Well, I think it's not really that important to me if people, if it's like, if I'm like, the way I do things is carried on. But I'm also not strongly against people carrying on in the way I did. Like, if I did something right, that's great, and I hope people can take that. But if not, like, it's not, I don't need it to be carried on. I don't have, like, dreams of some legacy or something.
True or false? There is at least one person I would consent to having impersonate me at my own funeral.
I think true. I would consent to someone doing it. I don't have any idea who would do it. I'd want to see it first.
Describe what they would say.
I don't think there's anything that they could specifically say. I think it would, if you're doing an impression of me, it would be how you say it, right? Like, that's what we do when we're doing impressions. We, like, act like them. Words are just words. I would expect someone to act like me, not say the things I've said.
True or false? There is at least one person I would not permit to speak at my funeral.
True.
Describe what they would say if permitted.
I don't know if they would say anything specifically bad, which I guess is kind of nice to think about. I just don't know if I would want people that I didn't align with or had disagreements with or was not close with to be the ones to speak at my funeral. I mean, maybe that's selfish or vain or whatever, but I would want the people closest to me to be the ones that speak. I'd want the people who I think understand me or who loved me the most to be the ones that speak. I mean, maybe I shouldn't even care. Like I said, I won't be there. I won't be able to see it. So, like, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I don't think anyone would. I would hope not at a funeral. I mean, if you say something bad about somebody at their funeral, you kind of seem like the bad guy, right? Even if you didn't like them, like, you don't say something bad at somebody's funeral. They're dead.
True or false? The second person would speak anyway.
I don't think so. Like I said, you would be a bad person if you chose to speak at someone's funeral so you could say bad things about them. Choosing to kick a dog when it's down, like, I'm dead. I can't. There's nothing to be done. I mean, if you feel like you need to get it out, then maybe, but I don't know if my funeral is the place for you to get out those feelings towards me. I mean, like, it's not going to change. I'm dead. So maybe they would speak, but I would also just hope that I would have people there who would stop them from speaking. I would also hope that they had the good conscience to not speak at my funeral.
Describe what I would do about it.
I wouldn't do anything. I'd be dead. I mean, I could haunt them. I could be a ghost and untie their shoes or turn their lights on and off in their house. Like, there's nothing I could do. I can't control any of that. I mean, I think that's That is the beauty of being dead, is that there are no more responsibilities. There is no more conflict to solve. Like, it is done. It's buried. It goes with you, I think. There's nothing I could do about it. I don't know why you're so obsessed with how I would act when I'm dead, or how I would feel about dying, or how I would feel after I die. Why are you making me think so much about dying?
Describe a moment in your life you would like reproduced in the lives of others.
A moment in my life, like, reproduced in others, would have to be I mean, I guess the moment I started to see what my flaws were, you know. I think a certain level of awareness is important for people, and that creates and fosters good communities, probably. I don't know. That's a very, like, philosophical question, I guess. I don't really know what my life has had that other lives haven't. I don't have anything I need to share.
Describe a moment in your life you would not want reproduced under any circumstance.
The first time that I felt truly alone, like I couldn't even find the comfort within myself. Like, it was like I wasn't even there. It was just like there was just like a void of things, a void of me, and and if I'm not even there, then no one is there to even perceive me or be with me. Like, that is the truest feeling of being alone. I've never been lonely, but I would never recreate that feeling of being alone.
Indicate which would be easier to reproduce.
Probably be alone.
True or false? I have, in adult life, behaved in ways I would not want my children to behave.
False.
True or false? I am aware of the contradiction.
There's no contradiction. I said false. I would want them to behave however they behave. I have been so incredibly idiotic in my short adult life. I would expect nothing less of them. I would expect nothing less of anyone. I think it's a gift to be an idiot, to make dumb decisions. I want to make more dumb decisions. I hope my kids, if when I have them, do the same. And I hope they feel comfortable to come to me when it feels like those decisions have spiraled up beyond their control.
True or false? I am still behaving in that contradictory way.
Uh, True, I guess, but false. True, because I'm still behaving in that way. False, because I'm not contradicting myself. I'm fully not. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll get older and I'll contradict myself. But right now, in this moment, you cannot tell me that I'm contradicting myself. It's like you've got the questions are answered for me already on your little your sheet of paper.
True or false? Please pick one.
True.
Describe one specific behavior I would want continued by someone after my death.
After my death, I would want. I mean, like, honestly, I have a couple, like, games that I play online, and, like, I would love it if someone, like, took on my, like, name, you know what I mean? Like, and carried on with my, like, achievements. I think that would be sweet. I would have to go to, like, someone new, someone who hadn't been playing, you know what I mean? Because, like, where else, if they have been playing, they got their own thing going for them, but, like, like a niece or a nephew or something, like, I think I would, like, that could be a nice way to be carried on when I die.
Describe one specific behavior I would not want continued.
I think I overanalyze. And I don't think that that's a gift really to a normal person. So I don't think I would want the behavior of hypercritical analyzation to be the thing. I think, like, maybe I wouldn't have so many problems if I wasn't sitting here trying to, like I said, hyperanalyze them and, pick them apart until I can figure out the root and the root of the root and the root of the root of the root. Then maybe, like, I would just be, like, more normal, and maybe that's like a blessing, to be more normal, to not stress so much that you might be, like, different, or, like, what's going on up there is wrong. I don't want people to feel that way. When I look at people, I do not want them to feel that way. When people tell me that they might feel that way, even though it's, like, relatable, I'm like, why would you feel that way? It's like, yeah, well, I wish I could shake them and tell them to stop. It's not, and maybe they feel the same way about me, but I don't think it serves anyone. I don't think we're supposed to do that.
Describe one specific behavior I assume will continue regardless of my preference.
Like, being selfish. I think we're all selfish. And I think we should be. I think we should, sometimes put our oxygen mask on first before we think about others. And, some people have a better time discerning when that moment is and when it's not. But I think at the core, selfishness isn't always a bad thing. And I think it will and should continue on. I don't know why I'm the one, like, choosing what behaviors live and die. Like, I'm just another guy. Like, I'm not the guy. I don't think I have this much influence over people. I don't think anyone's thinking about my behaviors. I don't think I should think anyone's thinking about carrying on my behaviors. I'm, like, not that old. I don't have kids. I barely see my family. I barely see my friends. Why would anyone be looking to me for behaviors?
True or false? I have, in adult life, named somebody as a continuation of myself in a private conversation.
False.
True or false? I have, in adult life, refused to name anyone as a continuation.
True.
Indicate which is more characteristic.
The latter, the second one, the one that I've done or not done, I guess.
A or B? A. I would prefer to be replaced. Or B. I would prefer to be irreplaceable.
B?
A or B? A. I have spent most of my life trying to be the first. Or B. I have spent most of my life trying to be the second.
A?
A or B? A. I have succeeded at the first. Or B. I have succeeded at the second.
B?
Describe what about you would be most difficult to replace.
I think it would be difficult to replace. I don't think it would be very difficult to replace me. I said I want to be irreplaceable. I don't think that I am.
Describe what about you would be the easiest.
Like everything. Like, I mean, I guess the hardest thing to be replaced would be like you can't really replace me as like a son, but in almost every other facet of life, like you could replace me as a friend. You could replace me as like an employee. You could replace me as a student. You could replace me as like someone in your like gamer group or book club or whatever. Like it doesn't matter. Like I am so incredibly replaceable. I don't even think people have really noticed when I've been here. You know, like I've been so far removed from everyone, and I don't think anyone's really noticed. I think it's been maybe an improvement for some people to not deal with me or my stuff. Sometimes I feel like these questions that you ask me, like they harp on the things that like make me upset. Are you like trying to make me upset? Do you want me to realize how insignificant I am? Is that part of this? Is there like a light at the end of the tunnel?
This trial produces a personality profile. The profile is the deliverable. The methodology is proprietary. The candidate is welcome to terminate at any time. Describe what about you would replace yourself if given the chance.
I would replace within myself how easily frustrated I get.
True or false? There is at least one ongoing project of mine that should outlast me.
True.
True or false? I have made arrangements for that.
False.
True or false? The arrangements depend on someone I have not informed.
False.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how prepared am I for my own death currently? 1, not at all. 7, fully.
6.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how prepared do I expect to be when it occurs?
4.
Describe the gap.
Well, it's easy to be ready for death when you know you're not going to die. But I think thinking about it so much does make it a little bit easier for when the time does come, but I will inevitably be scared. I mean, it is the most unknown thing. And I've always been scared of things I don't know anything about. And so I can almost look it head on now, but that's because I know that I've at least got a little bit more time. I mean, I feel safe enough in this room. I'm not certain that you don't want to hurt me, but I am certain that it doesn't help you to hurt me or kill me until I'm done with these questions. And so, and you've asked me a lot about death and dying today. So I'm like talking it out loud, I guess, and yeah, right now I feel like I could face it, but I know that if it came and I looked it in the eye, I'd be so much more scared.
True or false? I have an image of how I will die.
True.
True or false? The image is consistent over time.
True.
Describe the image.
I see my head popping like a pimple. Just my brain frying, smoke coming out of my ears until finally, like Mentos in a Diet Coke, it just explodes. I don't know how that happens, but I think the pop will feel like relief.
True or false? I would not change the image if I could.
False. Do you want me to describe the image I'd prefer?
Yes.
I'm catching on to you. Preferably, in a perfect world, I'd be eaten by a shark. What an incredible way to go. I don't know how that would happen. I hate the ocean. I can't remember the last time I stepped foot in the ocean. But I think if I knew I were to die, or I were going to die, if I knew I was going to die, I would walk straight out into the ocean and dive head first into a great white shark.
Complete. The last words I would want recorded are,
The last words I would want recorded are, and I buried the treasure, and then I die.
complete. The thing I want continued in my voice after I am gone is,
The thing I'd want continued in my voice is, I'd love to be like a jingle for like a furniture store or like a mini golf park. Like kind of indiscernible, but people in some random town in some random state would hear my voice being like, and it's buy one get one free from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. on weekdays. Like, I would love to exist without anyone knowing it was me, but just to be heard constantly.
Complete. The last words I am most afraid will actually be recorded are
I don't want to die.
complete. The last thing I want continued in my voice after I am gone is
See you on the other side.
true or false. The third completion was easier than the second.
True.
True or false. I am surprised by which one I found the hardest.
False.
Describe what made it hardest.
I was more vulnerable when I said the harder one.
State the exact number of hours you have spent in solitude over the last 7 days.
Approximately 35.
True or false. I find the sound of my own footsteps reassuring.
True.
Describe the last thing you touched that did not belong to you.
This microphone.
Name a word that, when spoken by someone else, causes you a brief physical hesitation.
Stop.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how heavily does your own history press upon you on a typical afternoon? 1 is completely weightless, 7 is crushing.
Three.
A or B? A, I am defined by what I have chosen, or B, I am defined by what I have survived.
B.
Complete. The part of my day that feels most like a rehearsal is
The morning.
describe the specific geometry of the room you spent the most time in as a child. 3 details that are not furniture.
When I was a child, I spent the most time in a room that had a door to a backyard behind me to the left, a little cove where there was a shelf and a TV in front of me, a painting above a fireplace to the right, and hardwood floor.
True or false? I have, in the last year, deliberately allowed a battery to die so that I could not be reached.
True.
True or false? I look at strangers and immediately calculate how long it would take to explain myself to them.
False.
True or false? I am currently holding my jaw tighter than is necessary.
True.
I have noted that you just released it.
Thank you.
Name an object in your current living space that you look at but never touch.
An air fryer.
Describe the last time you felt an entirely unprovoked sense of dread.
Waking up the last few days.
True or false? I would rather be feared for a false reason than loved for a partial one.
False.
A or B? A. I am more comfortable inside an old regret. Or B. I am more comfortable inside a new anxiety.
A.
Describe the quality of light in this room without using the words bright, dim, or artificial.
Well, the one directly above me is warm and looks like a flower.
True or false? I have, in the last month, looked at a familiar object until it became entirely alien to me.
False.
Describe the taste of your mouth at this moment.
Dry.
State the name of a place you will never return to, followed by the reason why.
I'll never go back to... I'll never go back inside the first house I ever lived in because another family lives there now.
True or false? I am entirely certain that my eyes see colors exactly the same way yours do.
False. I don't think that's true at all.
A or B? A. I notice things because I am observant, or B. I notice things because I am vigilant.
A.
Complete. The sound that wakes me up when there is no sound is.
The sound of my breathing.
Describe the most recent dream you had that took place in a building you have never visited in awake life.
I had a dream that I was in a factory, and I didn't know what the factory was making, but it was like I was scared of the factory, but I was also in charge of it, and I would walk through it, and it constantly felt like there was somebody else or something else there, and it was following me, and it was like it was just over my shoulder or just in the shadows, but every time I turned to face it, there was nothing there. And I couldn't figure out how I could be in charge of something and be scared of it at the same time. How I could have so much anxiety around something that was supposed to be mine. And I would just walk, and I couldn't stop walking, and it felt like it was endless. And there was, the lights were dim, and they would flicker, and there was fog, and none of it made sense, but I somehow knew all of it was mine somehow. But I couldn't, no matter how many hallways I walked down or rooms I went into, I couldn't get over the fear that I had of the place. There was nothing comfortable about it.
True or false? I have occasionally recognized a face in a crowd that belonged to somebody I invented.
True, I think.
True or false? I find the texture of paper slightly repulsive.
False.
True or false? I am currently waiting for a specific noise to stop.
False.
Complete. The thing I am filtering out of my vision right now is...
The thing I'm filtering out of my vision right now is how bright the other lights that aren't this one are around me, and how much they're hurting my eyes.
True or false? I have answered a phone call in the last week hoping it was a wrong number.
False.
True or false? I am more polite to people I do not respect than to people I do.
False.
Describe the last time you watched someone walk away from you until they were completely out of sight.
I don't think I've ever really noticed doing that. I mean, maybe with like a stranger or something, like I've just like watched them. You know, like you sort of just will watch a stranger sometimes. You'll kind of get drawn in to whatever they're doing, and then you just keep watching them, and then you know that you're not going to follow them because you're not a crazy person. Like, that would be what a crazy person does, and so you just watch them disappear.
Name the specific relationship category of the person you have lied to most frequently by nodding your head.
Probably teachers.
On a scale of 1 to 7, estimate the percentage of your text messages that are sent strictly to maintain an illusion of availability.
3, 4.
Complete. The person who knows the most accurate version of my flaws is...
The person who knows the most accurate version of my flaws is the person who spends the most time with me.
Describe a conversation you had recently where you knew exactly what the other person would say before they opened their mouth.
I mean, probably the last time I ordered McDonald's. Because they're pretty consistent at the drive-thru.
True or false? I have in adult life mimicked the laugh of someone else to make them comfortable.
True.
True or false? I am still using that laugh.
False.
True or false? I can remember the exact date of a social slight that occurred more than 3 years ago.
False.
State the number of seconds you usually wait before answering a question that makes you uncomfortable.
Probably 6.
Describe how your posture changes when a person you do not like enters the room. 2 physical details.
I stand taller, and I think I probably fix myself up to look better.
True or false? I have hidden in a public space specifically to avoid an acquaintance.
True.
True or false? I watch them look for me.
True.
A or B? A. I am more lonely when I am alone. Or B. I am more lonely when I am with others.
When I'm alone.
Complete. The phrase I use to end a conversation when I am too tired to continue is...
I'm too tired to continue.
True or false? I own at least one object that I keep hidden purely because its origin is embarrassing.
Repeat the question, please.
True or false? I own at least one object that I keep hidden purely because its origin is embarrassing.
False.
True or false? I care more about the order of my books or digital files than the order of my thoughts.
True.
Name an item you lost years ago that you still routinely look for in your own home.
I lost a pair of shorts that someone gave me that were always going to be too big for me to wear. But I always wish I could find them.
State the currency value of the most expensive thing you have ever broken on purpose.
Maybe $10.
a scale of 1 to 7, how much of your self-worth is currently tied to items that can be destroyed by water?
5.
Complete. The object in my house that looks most like me is.
Object in my house that's most like me is my guitar.
Describe a key you carry that no longer opens any door you have access to.
I used to have a key for my old house that was a Hulk key, and it doesn't open any houses anymore, but it still has the Hulk on it, and so I carry that around.
True or false? I have left an item behind in a hotel room or rental car on purpose to leave a trace of myself behind.
False.
True or false? I am currently wearing something that belonged to an estranged or deceased person.
I hope not. You gave me this. Please say no.
True or false? I suspect what I'm currently wearing belonged to an estranged or deceased person.
False.
On a scale of 1 to 7, rate the difficulty of throwing away a handwritten note from someone you no longer speak to.
7.
Describe the person that came to mind.
A friend of mine who is dead. I would keep that note forever.
True or false? I have purchased an item specifically because I wanted the cashier to think a certain way about me.
False.
A or B? A, I prefer an empty room, or B, I prefer a cluttered room.
A.
Complete. The possession I would most hate for a stranger to examine after my death is.
My phone. My journal.
True or false? I am currently answering these items with less care than I did during the first module.
True. Could you tell?
True or false? I find the predictability of this interrogation format comforting.
True.
Describe the specific sensation in your lower back right now.
Well, I'm sitting kind of funky, so my lower back is really tense. But, because it's like kind of holding me up on the chair because I'm slouching and sliding down. Maybe I should fix that.
Name a task that you are delaying by sitting in this chair.
Eating dinner.
Describe the difference between your current breathing rate and your breathing rate 1 hour ago.
Well, I think I've gotten used to this situation now, and so my breathing rate is like pretty normal. Like I just kind of live here now. It feels like I'm gonna just be here forever. Whereas before I was a little bit more nervous, and so my breathing rate was probably like a little bit more sporadic, you know. But now it's just kind of it's settled.
True or false? I am waiting to hear a question that I have already decided to refuse to answer.
False.
State the word you would use to describe the atmosphere of this session if you were writing a report on yourself.
Tedious.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how much closer do you feel to your baseline identity now than you did at item 01?
4. I feel like you might be closer to my baseline identity with all the information I've given you.
Describe the sound of silence that occurs immediately after you finish speaking.
Hold on, let me speak for a second. I can hear the buzzing again. Buzzing comes back. I think I immediately transition from hearing the sound of my voice outside of myself to hearing the sound of my voice inside of myself. And I'm waiting for you to say the next question and thinking about what the next question is going to be. Is it going to be some sort of follow-up to the question you asked before, or some like sassy observation that you have about me which comes up every couple hours? I'm thinking about all those things.
Complete. The very next thing I am going to do with my hands is...
The very next thing that I'm going to do with my hands is wiggle my fingers.
True or false? I am currently aware of a rhythm in my body that is slightly faster than my heartbeat.
Yeah, I'm kind of twitching my foot.
Describe the physical sensation of a habit you successfully broke.
What habit have I successfully broken? I guess. I used to bite at my nails, and I used to like the way that my nails felt on my teeth, but I hated the way my nails felt after I was done biting them. Like biting them too far down would, it would hurt to pick things up. But I really liked that initial feeling of, gnawing off, like a thin piece of bone when you think about it. But then, you pay the price later.
True or false? I have, in the last 7 days, looked at my own face in a mirror and thought of a specific animal.
False, but maybe I should. What animal do you think I would be?
Name a substance that you know is harmless, but which you would refuse to touch if it were handed to you right now.
Well, if you handed me like a glass of water, that would be suspect, because I've been drinking from bottles of water, and I kind of get the feeling that when you guys hand me a glass of water separate from a bottle of water, that there's something suspect in it. What kind of animal do you think I'd be?
Moving on, A or B. A, I am driven by a desire to be understood. Or B, I am driven by a desire to be undetectable.
I'm driven by a desire to know what animal I would be. No, I think. Repeat the question.
A or B. A, I am driven by a desire to be understood. Or B, I am driven by a desire to be undetectable.
I think. Undetectable sounds nice. Maybe a chameleon.
True or false? I believe my hands are capable of actions my mind would never consciously authorize.
False.
State the exact number of times today you have apologized for something that was not entirely your fault.
0. Actually, 1.
True or false? I secretly prefer when things go wrong because it confirms my baseline expectations.
True.
Rate your current level of physical exhaustion on a scale where 4 is your lifetime average. On a scale of 1 to 7.
5.5.
A or B? A, I am more afraid of being trapped, or B, I am more afraid of being exposed.
Exposed.
Describe the last time you felt completely invisible in a room full of people who knew your name.
Sometimes when I get really frustrated, it feels like that. Like if I'm in a social setting or if I'm in a room full of people, when I get frustrated at something or someone, it starts to feel like I'm locked inside myself because I'm trying so hard not to let it out. And so it feels like no one's seeing me because I've tightened everything up so well into this little ball and stuck it right into the deepest, most central part of me so that no one could see it.
True or false? I am currently breathing shallowly to avoid making a sound.
False.
The candidate is welcome to take a break.
Are you not having fun?
There's no requirement to continue immediately.
I was just asking, am I not allowed to ask you any questions? What's
No.
your personality profile?
Respondent confirmation. H7V260 N9R K21 P58. Confirm the previous respondent code by repeating it.
Do you want me to repeat that code?
Yes.
Sorry. That makes 2 apologies that I'm not actually sorry for. There's no way. There's absolutely no way I could repeat that code. Do you want to say it one more time to me and I could try?
H7V260N9RK21P58.
H7V260K9R something 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 something. I don't know. What is that? That's not my personality. That's not a personality test. It's a memorization test.
True or false? I recognize the code.
False. I don't know what that is.
True or false? I have heard the components at intervals throughout this trial.
Yeah. True. Sorry. My bad.
True or false? I assumed they were instrument identifiers.
Yeah, true. I figured they're for like your organization, not for me. I'm already doing a lot of heavy lifting over here. I don't think I need to like memorize anything.
True or false? I have been told I am bad at goodbyes.
False?
True or false? I privately agree.
I said false, which means I've not been told I'm bad at goodbyes. I privately agree that I'm not bad. No, I think I publicly agree that I'm not bad at goodbye. Actually, I think I am bad at goodbye. So yeah, I do. I guess I agree.
True or false? I prefer it that way.
Sure. Yeah.
Describe how you ended your last meaningful relationship.
I don't think I was the person who ended it. I think we just drifted apart. More important things came our way. What are you gonna do?
Describe how you would have preferred to end it.
You know, probably with, you know, a big flashy bang, you know, go out with like fireworks and, you know, yelling and hugging and all of the biggest emotions that you could possibly imagine. I think that would be better, right? For an ending. Oh, God.
Describe what prevented the preferred version.
Avoidant attachment styles, probably from both of us. Avoiding any conflict or any real vulnerability. I think, you know, the big flashy ending requires a certain level of vulnerability.
True or false? I have ended a relationship by becoming difficult to be around.
True.
True or false? I have ended a relationship by becoming impossible to be around.
True.
True or false? I have ended a relationship by becoming exactly what the other person wanted me to be.
False.
Indicate which is most characteristic.
I think becoming impossible to be around, but I don't think I did that on purpose.
Describe a relationship that has ended without the other party knowing it ended.
How would the other person not know it's ended? That doesn't make any sense.
True or false? The other party still believes their relationship is current.
False.
True or false? I have, in adult life, sent a message I did not intend to send.
True.
True or false? I have, in adult life, failed to send a message I had drafted.
True.
Describe the unsent message.
I don't want to do that.
True or false? The recipient will never receive it.
True.
True or false? I prefer it that way.
False.
Describe the last time you walked out of a room intending not to return.
Probably the last time I was in school. When I finished.
Describe whether you returned.
I haven't returned, no.
True or false? I have, in adult life, left a job before being fired.
True.
True or false? I have, in adult life, been fired before leaving.
False.
True or false? I have left a relationship before being left.
True.
True or false? I have been left before leaving.
True. Haven't you asked me all these already?
On a scale of 1 to 7, estimate which pattern is more characteristic. 1 is the first option each time. 7 is the second option each time.
Repeat the question.
Estimate which relationship pattern is more characteristic. 1 is the first option each time. 7 is the second option each time.
That is so confusing. That is so confusing. That you're making my brain hurt. 7. B. 2. I don't even know what an answer could be.
Describe what you do in the final hour of any commitment you have decided to end.
I leave. I get ready to leave. I get everything in order. I say my goodbyes.
True or false? I am in the final hour of a commitment right now.
I don't know, am I? You tell me.
True or false? I have in this trial made a decision I have not yet announced.
False. Actually, no, true.
Describe the decision.
I'm not leaving here until you tell me to leave. I'm not going to be the reason that this trial doesn't work. I'm not going to be the reason that it is inconclusive. This is on you. I will sit here and I will answer your questions as long as you want. I will stay awake as long as you want me to stay awake. But I will not be the first one to leave. I will not end the trial. That's on you. That's my decision. And I'm not going to let you convince me that I'm the one who's ending it. I want to hear you say to me that the trial has concluded. I don't care how long it takes.
True or false, I will follow through.
True.
True or false, I will not.
False.
True or false, the previous two answers were both lies.
False.
Earlier in this trial, you described a version of yourself that would never have agreed to be here. Describe whether that version is currently in this room.
Yeah, I think he's in this room. I think he was skeptical from the go. That, this is all this is, it's pseudo-scientific, crap that you don't even know what you're doing. And maybe a part of me is still convinced that that's true. And like I said, I want to see it through. You make all these claims, I've seen your website, I've seen the things you send to people. I heard your sales pitch. I want to see what you can do. Make me believe. Show me that this is the future. Show me that I have made the right decision by being here. This was supposed to be a good thing. Since I've gotten here, I have felt belittled. I felt punished. I felt I don't even know who I am anymore. I don't know what thoughts are actually my own. I don't know. You've twisted every question that you've asked me into a million different shapes and forms, and you've gaslit me into thinking that I've said something's true when it's false, but it's false when it's true, or that I've done something and that I have to explain things that I haven't done. But you won't tell me why? What is that? That there is no world in which I can't feel like that's maybe a game that you're playing with me, that I'm just some stupid little experiment, and you're picking and you're prodding at me and you're cutting me open and you're trying to figure something out that I don't even think you know what you're trying to figure out. So yeah, I think that person's here. Wait, you want to talk to him?
True or false, this version of you has been audible all along.
True.
True or false, I have been ignoring it.
True.
True or false, I am still ignoring it.
False.
True or false, I am no longer able to ignore it.
True.
Does the candidate need a moment?
No. Keep going.
Earlier in this trial, you described a version of yourself that signed the participation agreement without reading every section.
No, I did not.
Describe whether that version is still confident.
That's not
in the
true!
decision.
You asked me at the beginning of the session, did I read every part of the contract? And I said, yes, I did read every part. And then you told me later that I agreed to doing this without reading every part. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. That's what I'm talking about.
True or false, that version has been informed by the last 10 hours.
False.
A or B? A, I want to leave, or B, I want to stay until the end.
B.
A or B? A, I want to leave for reasons I can articulate, or B, I want to leave for reasons I cannot.
A.
A or B? A, I have decided to stay, or B, I have decided to stay because I have not decided to leave.
A.
Describe the difference between the two.
I have decided to stay. And I have decided to stay, period. Not I have decided to stay because I haven't decided to leave. They are different.
True or false? There has been a moment in the last hour I would have asked to leave.
False. I can leave whenever I want, right?
True or false? There has been a moment in the last hour I would have left if asked the right way.
False.
Describe what I will do in the first hour after leaving this room.
When I leave this room, I will I'll try to remember everything you asked me and what I said. I will lay in my bed and I will close my eyes and I will try to remember everything you asked me and what I said.
Describe what I will do in the first day.
I will resist the urge to talk about this, because that's not allowed, right?
Describe what I will not do.
I will not talk about this. I will not let anyone ask me a single question.
True or false? I have already begun planning the first hour internally.
True.
True or false? The plan is more detailed than the previous 9 hours of preparation for being here.
True.
True or false? I am embarrassed by that.
False.
Complete. The first person I will speak to after this trial ends is...
First person I will speak to after this trial ends is my mom.
Complete. The first thing I will tell them is
that it went well. I learned a lot. I'm feeling better.
complete. The thing I will not tell them is
How disrespectful you were, how angry you made me, how even on the breaks, I didn't really get to take a break. That no one should do this. That I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. That maybe it's even worse for you than it is for me, because at least I get to think out loud. I haven't heard you say one original thought today, except maybe your criticisms of me, your sassy little remarks. Maybe your job is worse. Maybe I'm in a better spot than you right now.
complete. The thing I will not tell them is
That was the one I just did, I thought. You want me to answer again? The thing I will not tell them is that I hate you. I'll tell my mom that you're so nice. Oh, they're so nice.
true or false. The third completion is the most important.
True.
True or false. The second completion is the most accurate.
True.
True or false. The first completion was the easiest.
True.
Describe how the three would differ if I asked the same three questions tomorrow.
It might not look so bad tomorrow. You know, once it's done. It's like running a marathon or something. You know, it's like it sucks in the moments. But then afterwards, like, that wasn't so bad. So maybe I won't hate you tomorrow. Maybe when I come back, you know, we'll be good.
True or false. I have, in the last 10 hours, changed my mind about something significant.
True.
True or false. I have, in the last 10 hours, hardened my position on something significant.
True.
Describe each.
I've changed my mind about when I first got here, I thought this chair was really comfy. First I thought it was not comfy. Looking at it, and I sat in it, and I was like, that is comfy. And now I hate this chair. I don't think anyone should ever have to sit in this chair for longer than 15 minutes. I have hardened my position on I've hardened my position on that I am completely and undoubtedly replaceable in both the world that I exist in and in this room. I'm just like another, I'm just another reference code for you to register. I'm just another person to answer these questions, probably in completely unoriginal ways to what you've heard before. That's the only way that I can imagine you can act the way that you do. To be so completely devoid of emotion is that you must have heard all of these answers before. Nothing surprises you. None of my truths, none of my lies. It has made so little difference in the grand scheme of the world that I could be dropped into a void right now and no one would notice that I was gone. So thank you, I guess, for that.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how likely am I to behave differently after this trial? 1 is not at all, 7 is substantially.
4, middle. I don't know. I feel crazy. I feel crazy. Are you trying to make me crazy? Because maybe I'm going to walk out of this room and I'm going to be crazy. But maybe I'm going to walk out of this room and be like, you know, like when you wake up from a bad dream and you're like, whew, put that away. Or maybe everyone's going to see me different. You know, I don't know who's watching this. Your goons? Do you have goons? Are they watching this? Am I being studied somewhere? You know, they're tracking my every movement. You got a little live wire telling you when I've relaxed my jaw. Are they on your side? Are they on my side? Like, hi, hey there.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how likely am I to behave differently 3 months from now?
I mean, probably 7. I don't know if it's going to be because of this. But probably, yeah, I'll behave differently. Who knows? Maybe in 3 months I'll be addicted to cigarettes and riding a motorcycle, you know? Who's to say? I kind of hope so. I'd be sick.
On a scale of 1 to 7, how likely am I to behave differently a year from now?
I'm sure a 7. It's another 3 months and another 3 months. I'm sure I will be very different. I hope I will have forgotten about this by then. Probably not in a year, but maybe in a couple. I'll forget about today.
Describe the trajectory.
You know, I don't think I've ever talked so much in my entire life. And I liked how it was before. I mean, I know it wasn't, like, right, but, like, I liked just, you know, like shrinking down into something, into a game, or, you know, just, like, turning my brain off from whatever was inside of it and not getting any of it out. I liked it all up there because, like, you keep it all up there, it kind of just crams itself together, and then you can't see anything. You know what I mean? It's like all of the pixels, they become so tightly, you know, coagulated around each other that you zoom out far enough and it just looks like one color. It's just mush. And now you've broken it all up, and now I'm saying, and I don't even know what I'm saying to you. I'm just saying everything. And maybe that's the best way to do it. Maybe I'm going to walk out of this room and I'm going to be saying my thoughts and my emotions and my feelings and what's going on, and I'll be conversing with the world, and maybe that's a good thing, but I can't imagine this feeling right now as a good thing. This doesn't feel like a good thing. You're not even telling me if it's a good thing. I'm getting no feedback from you. How am I supposed to know if I'm doing good or bad if I'm not getting feedback from you? So yes, I'm sure I'm going to change. I'm sure I'm going to walk out of this room, and I'm going to change now. I'm going to change in 3 months. I'm going to change in a year. I'm going to change in 5 years. But I don't know if it's going to be better or worse.
True or false? The trajectory is consistent with my prior post-significant event patterns.
Oh, false, true, false. I keep waiting for you to, like, respond, you know what I mean? Like, maybe I think that, like, maybe I have, like, a syndrome or something. Maybe I think I'm in a movie, or, like, I'm in, you know, like, maybe that's the problem. I've watched too many movies, or, you know, and I keep thinking I'm going to say something profound, and you're going to respond, and you're going to tell me it's going to be okay, and, like, we're at the end, and maybe we'll go get ice cream. But then you don't. You just ask me another question. True or false? On a scale of 1 to 7. Why? Why 1 to 7? What is 7? No one has ever used that scale ever. 1 to 7? An odd number? What are we doing?
True or false?
I knew it!
I am aware of those prior post-significant event patterns.
Sorry, say it again. I was laughing. Say it again. I was laughing.
True or false? I am aware of those prior post-significant event patterns.
False.
I have no awareness of that. I'm sure I don't. But you've made me think about it a lot, so maybe I've got a little bit now, but I would say false.
True or false? I have planned this exit specifically to avoid them.
What exit? I planned this exit? I didn't plan an exit. What does that mean? I didn't plan an exit. What does that mean? What does exit mean? Say the question again.
I have planned this exit specifically to avoid the prior post-significant event patterns.
What does exit mean?
Up to your interpretation.
False.
State a question I have been waiting for someone to ask me. I have not been asked it today.
Do you think this process is helping you?
State the answer.
I don't know. I want it so badly to. But right now it does not feel good. Right now it feels really, really bad. And I feel like I am on the verge of having a mental breakdown in front of you. I feel like if I want this to be over, but I know it's not yet. And I know you're waiting for me to get to that point. But I just don't know why.
True or false? The answer is shorter than I expected.
False. I feel like that was pretty long-winded.
True or false? The answer is longer than I expected.
True.
True or false? The answer is what I expected.
In quality, yes. Can I get some water, please?
Yes, the candidate may stand. Describe the sound of a door closing in an empty house. 2 adjectives only.
Hollowed and booming.
Name the specific lie you tell most often when asked, "How have you been lately?"
So good. I've been great. So good.
True or false? I am more comfortable in transit, trains, planes, cars, than I am at my destination.
True.
On a scale of 1 to 7, rate your level of resentment toward the last person who gave you unasked for advice.
5.
A or B? A, I want to be remembered for what I did, or B, I want to be remembered for who I spared.
Who I spared. A. Who I spared? What does that mean?
Complete. The most exhausting part of my pretending to be normal is managing my...
These feel like digs. Is managing my... Is managing the things I'd rather be doing when I'm pretending to be somebody that I'm not.
State the name of a city you have never visited, but which you feel holds an alternate version of your life.
Reykjavik, Iceland.
True or false? I routinely delete my search history because the aggregate data feels too much like an autopsy.
False.
State the number of unread emails or notifications you currently allow to exist without feeling a heavy sense of panic.